Chapter 1843, Titan's Might. When Zero Wing's members heard that it was possible to mine the source fire vein, their eyes glowed with excitement. They all had a certain understanding of ore veins, so they knew that the source fire vein was a grade 2 ore vein. This meant that there was a certain chance to obtain magic crystals when mining it. This was something the various large guilds sorely lacked right now, especially Zero Wing. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding and recruiting more members. This meant that the guild needed to nurture far more players. Although Zero Wing had training locations like the Battle Arena, the guild members still had to train in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Zero Wing's battle arenas simply couldn't accommodate enough people. The Trial Tower also provided comprehensive training, testing players' limits. If Zero Wing could acquire a large number of magic crystals, the guild would be able to transform the new recruits into usable combat power. Right now, the majority of Zero Wing's members wouldn't be useful in large-scale combat. This was also why Zero Wing's members couldn't venture far from Silverwing Town, and the guild couldn't develop properly in the Ore Empire. We'll have to give it a try before we'll know if it's truly possible. I can only say that we have around a 30% success rate, Xiaofan said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly confident in his plan. While it was common knowledge that lava monsters were extremely difficult to deal with, not many knew that lava monsters also had obvious weaknesses: ice and water-type attacks. In addition, an ice, or water-type environment would dull the lava monster's reactions to an extreme. Once the lava creature's reactions dulled, they'd become far easier to deal with. However, lava monsters filled the canyon before them. In addition, they were nowhere near the monster's levels. If they tried to lure a single lava monster, they'd likely attract a large group instead. They also had to worry about the level 80 mythic lava hound. Moreover, this was the Flame Demon's Valley. The environment was extremely hot. Even after equipping fire resistance equipment and drinking master fire resistance potions, the heat still affected them considerably, and they couldn't fully exhibit their combat powers. Picking a fight with the lava hound would be suicide. Hence, he wasn't confident in success. A 30% success rate? It's so high. Some hope is better than none at all. Guild leader, just tell us what you need us to do. When they heard their chance of success, the team grew excited, rather than disappointed. Even the various superpowers weren't likely to occupy this source fire vein, but if Zero Wing could, it could grow into a super first-rate guild within a short time. Zero Wing would then be able to compete for dominance over God's domain. It would no longer be limited to its status as a kingdom's #1 guild. Aqua Rose, who had once been an honorary elder in the veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo, had never thought that Zero Wing would one day have a chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Despite so many years of development, Twilight Echo had never reached the point where it had the potential of becoming a super first-rate guild, yet Zero Wing already had. Alright, since everyone is in agreement, Aqua and those with the Sea God's legacy, ready your spells. You should have learned quite a few water-type spells. As for the remaining elementalists, prepare to use ice-type spells. Try to use as many AoE spells as possible. I don't need you all to attack. I just need you to transform this canyon into a world of ice and water. As long as you can change the environment, the lava monsters will weaken and become much easier to deal with. If you succeed, we'll have a chance of getting the vein. Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian, once Aqua and the others begin, you three need to do everything you can to lure the monsters away from the canyon's entrance. Cola, you'll be responsible for tanking the lava hound. All you need to do is lure it away. Everyone else will use the ice and water-type magic scrolls I'll distribute in a moment. I don't need you to buy a lot of time. 5 or 6 minutes will be enough. No matter what happens, do not use Power of Darkness. We'll need it later. When Xiaofan finished explaining his plan, his teammate gulped as they glanced at the 8-meter-tall lava hound. They had no confidence of defeating the mythic monster. The other level 70+ lava monsters shouldn't be an issue, but distracting a level 80 mythic monster for 5 or 6 minutes would be a massive challenge. An unsuppressed level 80 mythic monster would most likely kill them with a single slap, and they weren't allowed to use their berserk skills. Surprisingly, however, Cola brimmed with fighting spirit. "If nobody has any problems, let's begin," Xiaofan said. After scouting the terrain for about 10 minutes, Aqua Rose and the other casters finally decided on their positions. Meanwhile, after Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian prepared to pull every monster's aggro in the canyon. "Good. Let's begin," Xiaofan commanded once everyone was in position. Immediately, Aqua Rose and the others started to chant incantations and draw runes, drawing a large amount of water and ice-type mana towards them. The non-magical class players also activated their water and ice-type magic scrolls. The flow of mana soon attracted the attention of nearby monsters. These monsters instantly searched for the change's source. However, before these lava monsters discovered Aqua Rose and her companions' locations, AoE spells began to descend. Boom! 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 Suddenly, icicles and waterfalls rained down from the top of the canyon walls. As the streams of ice and water reached the bottom of the canyon, the molten lava vaporized the ice and water, filling the canyon with a dense mist. At the same time, the canyon's temperature began to decrease. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others' spells were only temporary. Their spells couldn't stop the lava from spewing out of the ground and canyon walls. Damn it! Why is there so much lava? If we can't stop it, changing the environment will be impossible, Blackie said, anxiety filling his heart as he watched water and ice become steam. If they failed to change the environment, the lava monsters would easily annihilate them. They shouldn't even dream of securing the source fire vein. Seeing the swarm of lava monsters charge up the canyon, Cola and the other MTs began to grow nervous. These level 70+ lava monsters hadn't weakened in the slightest. It seems the effects are quite good. Everything is coming along just as I expected. Xiaofan smiled as he watched the rising steam. He then took out the ancient weather book and activated weather control. He hadn't actually expected Aqua Rose and the others to change the environment here by themselves. After all, only powerful domain skills could accomplish such a feat. Only a fool would try to change an area's environment with ordinary AoE spells. While the ancient weather book could alter an area's weather, it was too difficult to do so in such an inferno. It would take a very long time for the ancient weather book to alter this environment enough to impact the lava monsters. Meanwhile, the lava hound would have killed the entire team several times. Hence, he needed Aqua Rose and the others to create enough steam in the valley to hasten the ancient weather book's alteration process. Suddenly, a powerful storm began to brew above the canyon, dark clouds forming in the sky. After 5 seconds, rain began to fall, showering the lava monsters. As the rainwater covered their bodies, the lava monstress cried out in pain. Their body temperatures rapidly began to cool. Not only did the lava monsters' movement speed begin to decrease, but they also seemed sluggish. Whoa! The lava hound raged as the rain drenched its body, its howl so powerful that it even pushed away the descending rainwater and rubble on the ground. The lava hound then charged for Xiaofan, swiping a paw as it pounced on the swordsman. "You're not getting past me." When the lava hound ignored him, Cola activated Titan's domain and ran at the beast with his shield raised. Boom! Sparks scattered when the lava hound's nails scratched against Cola's Titan guard. The lava hound's gigantic body came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, Cola only stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -1000 appearing above his head. To Cola, who had over 90,000 HP, this damage was practically negligible. So strong. Cola can actually tank that thing by himself? Everyone was surprised to see Kola barely harmed. This was a level 80 mythic monster they were talking about. Although the rain had somewhat weakened the lava hound, it was a mythic monster, yet Kola had received its attack effortlessly without any help. Even Xiaofan was shocked by how little damage Kola had taken. He finally understood just how frightening a fragmented legendary shield was. By the looks of it, the Guardian Knight should have no problems tanking the lava hound by himself even if he didn't use Titan's domain. Xiaofan also dismissed the worry that plagued his heart. He then activated Gale Domain and flew toward the cave entrance in the distance. He quickly reached the mine, realizing that its entrance was so small that barely 3 people, shoulder to shoulder, would be able to enter at the same time. The instant Xiaofan set foot in the mine, a series of system notifications reached his ears. Moreover, he wasn't the only person to receive the system notifications. Everyone in the Flame Demon's Valley had received them. Chapter 1844, Underground Country. System, congratulations. You have discovered the Fire God's ancient land. Flame Demon's Valley Region System Announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack Underground Country and activated the Primordial Taboo Seal. Players may enter the Underground Country in 10 days. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the systems in different voice echoing in everyone's minds for quite some time. Underground Country? Xiaofan was stunned. Fire God's ancient land? He had never heard of the Flame Demon's Valley containing some kind of underground country during his previous life. He only knew that the Fire Demon's Valley's monsters had a high drop rate for source fire ore and magic crystals, and a few superpowers had fought fiercely over the area. However, this new expansion pack had never been triggered in the past. Although he had never heard of the Fire God's ancient land before, he was very familiar with ancient lands. Any location that was considered an ancient land had existed before the Great Destruction. Only, these locations had disappeared from the public eye after the Great Destruction. Meanwhile, these ancient lands were rumored to have been blessed by ancient gods, which was why they had survived for so long. But as time passed, these ancient lands had become relics. Among the various ancient lands that had been discovered during Xiaofang's life, some contained items that had even been famous during ancient times. These items had all been highly sought after by the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers had fought desperately to claim any discovered ancient lands in the past. Xiaofan had never thought that the source fire vein they had found was actually an entrance to the Fire God's ancient land. This rendered Xiaofan speechless. Now that the system announcement had been made, the underground country in the Flame Demon's Valley would be exposed sooner or later. The source fire vein would definitely be discovered as well. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's Valley was tens of thousands of miles away from Star Moon Kingdom. If the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers wanted to claim the vein, he'd be powerless to stop them. Fortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Players would need high enough fire resistance to do so. Triggering this new expansion pack also excited Zero Wings members. Although they didn't know what the underground country was, they knew that this expansion pack represented a huge opportunity. Every kingdom and empire had its own specialty products, and no player had ever explored this underground country yet. This meant that they could monopolize the underground country's specialty products. Depending on the item's value, they could make a fortune by reselling them. Although Zero Wings members were excited about the new expansion pack, when they returned their attention to the horrific number of approaching monsters, they suppressed their excitement and focused on their enemies. As for Xiaofan, after a moment of surprise, he quickly charged into the source fire vein and started building a marker for a teleportation magic array. Trying to get all of his team members into the Flame Demon's Valley's core had already been incredibly difficult, not to mention sending an army into the valley. No guild in God's domain would be able to do so at this stage of the game, so it was impossible to mine this source fire vein long term. However, While this task might be impossible for other guilds, the same was not true for Zero Wing. As long as he set up a teleportation marker, he could transport players via teleportation array. Not only would it save his players a lot of travel time, but they could also avoid unnecessary battles in the Flame Demon's Valley. Unfortunately, due to the massive distance between teleportation arrays, the magic crystal cost would be considerable. But compared to the source fire vein's value, the teleportation fees were almost negligible. Aside from the fact that magic crystals could drop from the source fire vein, the source fire ore was incredibly valuable. It also had a small chance of dropping flame source crystals. Meanwhile, in a hot, sandy area in the Flame Demon's Valley's inner region, Melody and her team worked on clearing out the monsters in an ancient ruin. When Xiaofan entered the source fire vein, they, too, had heard the regional announcement regarding the new expansion pack. Amazing! Someone actually triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. That should be Zero Wing's doing. Is it the matter they mentioned earlier? Although I don't know what the underground country is, it must have a lot of valuable items. Our ninth heaven has struck gold. The only other guild that should be in the Flame Demon's Valley is Zero Wing. Our two guilds should be the only ones who know about this underground country. We'll make a fortune by reselling the items from it. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Ninth Heaven's members when they heard the system announcement. Traveling into human kingdoms and empires was intensely difficult for neutral races, so any items they purchased in Forest City were far above market price. Now that they had discovered the underground country, they could sell its unique items in Forest City. They'd be able to make a fortune and rapidly develop their guild. So, this is Zero Wing's strength? Melody revealed a bitter smile when she read the system announcement. She had been smug and satisfied because she had accepted a high-ranked quest with an extraordinary reward. In contrast, Zero Wing had triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. The difference between them was immense. Previously, she had still suspected Zero Wing of targeting Ninth Heaven. But now, her suspicions were laughable. To Zero Wing, her high-ranked quest wasn't likely worth a second glance. While Ninth Heaven's members envied Zero Wing for activating a new expansion pack, Xiaofan frantically set up the teleportation array's marker. Setting up a teleportation marker was not an easy task. Players needed a considerable understanding of magic arrays to succeed. The procedures were extremely complex, and normally, a player would need a lot of time to set up the marker and connect it to a teleportation array. However, to Xiaofan, who was adept in drawing advanced magic arrays, this task was easier. He swiftly etched magic arrays on one crystal after another before placing the crystals on a large magic array he had carved into the ground. Very quickly, the mana and the mine started to gather in the magic array. Xiaofan could feel the mine's dense mana begin to dwindle. Whoa! Suddenly, Xiaofan heard a furious howl from outside of the mine, echoing on the mine's stone walls. Guild leader, trouble. The lava hound went berserk and is charging towards you. It's ignoring aggro completely. Aqua Rose shouted in the team chat when she saw the enraged lava hound rush back to the canyon. To current players, a berserk level 80 mythic monster was an absolute nightmare. Cola had tried to stop the lava hound with his shield but had instantly lost over 30,000 HP when the boss had responded with an angry swipe. The lava hound's strength was terrifying. If anyone else had taken that attack, they would have likely died instantly. As soon as Aqua Rose fell silent, the lava hound arrived before the mine's entrance. Fortunately, the mine entrance was too small for the lava hound, so the boss couldn't get in. Seeing this, Aqua Rose and Cola breathed a sigh of relief. However, something then happened that stupefied Zero Wing's members. The gigantic lava hound split into 3 miniature copies. Each copy was still a level 80 mythic monster, but they did have slightly lower basic attributes. Before Zero Wing's members could react, the 3 lava hounds charged into the mine. Hurry! Hurry up! Xiaofan could already hear rapidly approaching footsteps. It was obvious that the lava hound was almost to him. Meanwhile, he only needed to insert one last crystal into the ground to set the spatial coordinates. Unfortunately, the loading bar, which had swiftly filled before, felt extremely slow to Xiaofan. It was only 70% full. While conducting the merging process, Xiaofan couldn't do anything. He couldn't even activate a skill. When the loading bar reached 90%, 3 1-meter-tall lava hounds appeared before Xiaofan. Despicable mortal! You dare violate this sacred ground? You'll pay for your crimes with your soul. The 3 lava hounds spoke in the human language, rage flaring in their eyes as they spat 3 scorching, white beams at Xiaofan. Like lasers, the white beams vaporized everything in their path. Chapter 1845, Evil God's Sword. Just before the 3 scorching beams slammed into Xiaofan, the loading bar before him finally reached 100%. When the beams were less than 10 yards away from Xiaofan, a barrier of divine runes appeared. When the 3 beams met the barrier, it shook violently. As for Xiaofan, he shot backward like a cannonball. Boom! Xiaofan crashed into one of the mine shaft's sturdy walls. What power! Xiaofan was shocked as he stared at the mine shaft's deformed terrain. He had never thought that the lava hound would possess such frightening power even after dividing itself into 3 copies. They were currently inside a source fire vein. The walls surrounding them were sturdy and fire-resistant, especially the source fire. Ordinary flames wouldn't melt it, let alone vaporize it. One could easily imagine how high the lava hound's flames were. If those white-hot flames struck a player's equipment, not even magically enhanced, dark gold equipment would survive. Only epic equipment might. If he hadn't activated Absolute Domain in time, he likely would have died from that attack. Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately! Xiaofan shouted through the team chat once the flames dissipated. Cola could barely tank 1 lava hound. Now that they had to face 3 miniature lava hounds, which were only slightly weaker than the full version, he knew they couldn't stay here for a moment longer. After issuing his command, he switched the aura of Earth to the aura of space, preparing to teleport out of this map. Whoa! As Xiaofan was about to escape using space movement, the 3 lava hounds howled as one. 3 light red ripples radiated from the beasts, and as if space had frozen, the 7 luminaries' ring failed to open a tear in space. Spatial lockdown? Xiaofang's expression darkened when he saw the growing spatial tear before him disappear. A monster with such peerless strength and the ability, spatial lockdown, were a nightmare for players. Coming across one such monster almost guaranteed death. Monsters that possessed the spatial lockdown ability were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, only NPCs at the peak of God's domain could execute the ability. Xiaofan never thought that an elemental creature like the lava hound would be able to use it as well. You have touched on the almighty fire god's taboo. Sacrifice your soul to beg forgiveness from the fire god. The 3 lava hounds spoke in a chilling tone before charging at Xiaofan. Although the 3 lava hounds were small, their movements were so powerful that space itself trembled in their wake. Their strength could even rival the complete lava hounds. As the 3 lava hounds approached Xiaofan, they split up and assaulted Xiaofan from 3 different directions, transitioning into a battle formation as smoothly as NPCs. Is this a god's guardian? Xiaofang's expression turned somber as he watched the 3 lava hounds approach. It was normal in God's domain to find treasures guarded by powerful monsters, and there were some incredibly powerful existences among these guardian monsters. These guardians had been created by the gods. Normally, gods only created such powerful guardians to protect their wealth. Not only did these guardians have an eternal lifespan, but they were also undying. In addition, they commanded extremely powerful skills and spells. They were even more difficult to deal with than archaic species of the same rank and level. I can only give it a try. Xiaofan gritted his teeth and used Heavenly Dragon's power before activating Divine Steps. In the next moment, 10 doppelgangers with the exact same aura and attributes as Xiaofan appeared. Xiaofan and his doppelgangers then charged at the 3 lava hounds. Although the lava hounds were powerful, Xiaofan managed to nullify their attacks by constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers. Using this opportunity, Xiaofan quickly made his way towards the mine's exit. Normally, guardian monsters would give up the chase once they were a certain distance away from what they were supposed to protect. As long as Xiaofan moved out of range, he could shake off the lava hounds. However, the lava hounds were incredibly difficult to get away from. Not only was their strength incredibly high, but their speed was also impressive. They constantly interrupted Xiaofan's advance and left very little space for him to move forward. By the time Divine Steps' duration ended, Xiaofan had only crossed a little over 50 yards. He was still over 100 yards away from the mine's entrance. The instant Xiaofan's doppelgangers disappeared, a lava hound swiped its paw at Xiaofan so fast that it was impossible to dodge. With no other choice, Xiaofan raised Killing Ray to block the attack. Pang! The instant the lava hound's paw met Xiaofan's sword, he felt his entire arm go numb. The impact sent his body flying backward over 20 yards, dealing over -40,000 damage. What incredible strength! This should be close to rivaling a high mythic strength. Xiaofan thought as he stared at the lava hound that hit him. His encounter with the lava hound had been brief, and the beast hadn't used any skills, yet he had lost so much HP. He had already activated Heavenly Dragon's power, as well, drastically increasing his strength and defense. Right now, his defense was even higher than Kola's, although he didn't have the passive skills that provided damage reduction. Even then, he had still lost over 40,000 HP. The current lava hound before him definitely had much higher strength than the original. Meanwhile, he had to face 3 of these lava hounds. Before Xiaofan could figure a way out of this situation, another lava hound pounced at him. Hurriedly, Xiaofan activated Parry to block its attack. Pang! Once more, Xiaofan flew backward by over 20 yards. Not only hadn't he moved closer to the mine's entrance, but he was actually further from it. This was clearly what the lava hounds had intended to do with their attacks. These lava hounds' combat standards were in no way inferior to expert players. Am I going to die here? Xiaofan could not help his bitter smile as he watched the 3rd lava hound pounce at him. It would seem that he had taken on too large of a risk to set up the teleportation marker. While he did not mind losing 1 level of EXP, he carried multiple tools that would drop on his death. Moreover, these items would not simply remain on the ground after being dropped. After a certain time had passed, these valuable items would disappear. Meanwhile, when players died, they'd only resurrect after half an hour unless someone resurrected them with a skill or special tool. By the time he returned to this mine, his dropped items would be gone from this world. As Xiaofan clashed with the lava hounds, his HP continued to decrease. 80%. 70%. 60%. Although he had tried to use void steps to blindsight the beasts, the technique was ineffective against the lava hound's sharp sense. Even though the lava hounds couldn't see him, they could pinpoint his location with their other senses, launching another paw swipe or bite attack. Why hasn't the guild leader come out yet? Aqua Rose, who had long since distanced herself from the canyon, muttered as she watched the swarm of lava monsters return to their home. The guild leader should be fine. If he goes all out, he can even contend with mythic monsters, Blackie reassured. It's been so long, though. Moreover, there were 3 lava hounds. I think it's best if I go take a look, Fire Dance said worriedly. I'll go with you, Flying Shadow offered as he followed Fire Dance. Meanwhile, inside the mine, Xiaofan watched the circling lava hounds and glanced at the small percentage of HP he had remaining with a bitter smile. Despite activating twofold Berserk, which temporarily granted him the power to contend with Tier 4 mythics, he still couldn't come within 100 yards of the mine's entrance. While he was confident that he could escape a single lava hound, 3 were too much for him to handle. To make matters worse, the 3 lava hounds coordinated perfectly. Although he had thought of using a magic or summoning scroll, the 3 lava hounds were simply too fast. They gave him no opportunities to use such tools. As twofold Berserk's duration continued to run out, Xiaofan frantically searched through his bag for items that could help him out of this predicament. Suddenly, he discovered a broken longsword that had been inactive in his bag for quite some time. This longsword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, a treasured sword that had once belonged to the evil god. Seeing that the lava hounds charge at him again, Xiaofan gritted his teeth and took out the evil god's inheritance. He then inserted his power into the weapon. Protecting the items that would drop if he died was undoubtedly more important than losing 10 points in all of his attributes. After Xiaofan powered the sword, the evil god's inheritance pulsated. An invisible force then spread out from the sword, sweeping through the mine with so much power that even space shook with the intensity. A moment later, a deathly aura pervaded the mine shaft. Chapter 1846, Broken Sword's Power. As the aura of death saturated the mine, space itself froze. The 3 lava hounds slid to a halt as they glared at the broken sword in Xiaofang's hand, wary. Pitch-black divine runes had appeared along the broken blade as the sword released plumes of dark smoke. The weapon felt cold and evil. The lava hounds finally discerned the broken sword's identity, and fear flashed in their eyes. It was as if they had remembered something horrific from their past. Despicable heretic! You dare set foot in this sacred land? Let the almighty fire god's flames purify your soul. After Xiaofan replaced the abyssal blade with the evil god's inheritance, the broken sword seemed to trigger something in the 3 lava hounds. Suddenly, they began to grow larger as golden flames flared across their bodies. Despite standing still, the solid rock beneath the lava hounds' feet began to crack. Space tore around them as if it couldn't withstand the golden flame's power. It was as if the space around them was no longer able to withstand the power of the golden flames. Xiaofan could also sense a threat of death from that golden fire. Moreover, Xiaofan could tell that this death wouldn't just end with a single lost level. He could feel a power akin to soul fire, although this was many times stronger. Burning and devouring his soul would be child's play for this strange fire. If these golden flames burned a player's soul, the player's account would likely be left permanently crippled. Before Xiaofan could think of a plan to get out of this troubling situation, the 3 lava hounds pounced as one. At this point, Xiaofan had no skills that he could use to protect himself. In addition, the lava hound's movement speed had significantly increased. With no other options, Xiaofan instinctively executed Sword's Orbit. Countless sword lights enveloped Xiaofan, clashing with the 3 gigantic, flaming beasts as they attacked. Boom! 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 The resulting impacts tore the nearby rocky ground. The scattered sparks ignited anything they touched, transforming the area into a sea of fire. The 3 lava hounds were thrown back, forming 3 large craters as they crashed into the ground. Damages of over -3,000 appeared above their heads. In contrast, Xiaofan remained standing in his original position, although the ground beneath him had been burned and melted. Now, he stood in a deep crater of his own that had a smooth, glassy surface. What incredible power! So, this is a weapon that had once belonged to an evil god? Xiaofan was stunned as he looked at the injured lava hounds. Truthfully, the broken sword he wielded was only fragmented legendary rank. Although the weapon provided a considerable boost to strength and attack power, he hadn't expected the boost to be this intense. After all, his abyssal blade was even stronger than ordinary epic weapons, but it had never been this powerful. Meanwhile, the lava hounds before him nearly had enough strength to rival high mythic ranked monsters. Even after activating twofold berserk, he still hadn't been a match for the lava hound strength, yet when he had used the evil god's inheritance against these monsters, he felt as if he had hit a group of weak, powerless dogs. He hadn't felt the intense impact that he had experienced during his prior clashes with these beasts. Although he had seen weapons that could weaken an opponent's power in the past, he had never seen one as strong as the evil god's inheritance. The weapon had actually decimated Tier 4 mythic monsters' strength to such a great extent. That wasn't all. When he had clashed with the lava hounds, he had felt his own strength skyrocket. It was as if the broken sword had absorbed the monster's strength, transferring it to him. As Xiaofan tried to get a better grasp on the evil god's inheritance's power, a lava hound stood up. This time, however, it did not charge at Xiaofan. Instead, it howled with anger and formed a golden, threefold magic array in front of itself. A moment later, a beam of fire shot out from the magic array, moving so fast that Xiaofan couldn't dodge in time. This beam was the result of the lava hound's Tier 4 spell, Red Lotus Breath, the same spell that had vaporized the source fire or earlier. In response, Xiaofan simply swung the evil god's inheritance at the approaching beam of fire. Boom! The broken sword sliced the crimson beam in half, the flames disintegrating the stone wall behind Xiaofan. Xiaofan stumbled 5 steps back as a damage of over -10,000 appeared above his head. Sure enough. Xiaofan was indescribably shocked, glancing down at the evil god's inheritance in his hand. As he had guessed, the evil god's inheritance could absorb an enemy's power, converting it into his own. Moreover, he had received far more power from this attack than the last. Not only had he gained 20% more strength, but his fire resistance had also increased by 30%. This ability was simply frightening. Due to this ability, his combat power had instantly soared. Moreover, he could sense that this still wasn't the evil god's inheritance's limit. Although he couldn't see the evil god's inheritance's exact attributes, when he wielded the weapon, he felt that he hadn't fully grasped the broken sword's power. The broken sword could grant him even more boons depending on the strength of the attack he received. However, the provided improvements were not without a flaw: their short duration. Each time it absorbed an attack's power, the weapon's wielder could only retain it for a short 10 seconds. Even so, it was amazing. Xiaofan found it truly hard to imagine that the evil god's inheritance was still incomplete and that he only exhibited 10% of its power after sacrificing his attributes. If he could exhibit the weapon's full power, the result would be unimaginable. Most likely, he'd be able to suppress the 3 lava hounds completely. One should be able to leave now. When he saw the other 2 beasts charge towards him, Xiaofan licked his lips in excitement and ran to meet his enemies in battle. Previously, the difference between their basic attributes had been too great. Even after using twofold berserk, he had been thoroughly suppressed. Now, however, his strength had surpassed the lava hounds after he had weakened them and boosted his own with the evil god's inheritance. Xiaofan relied on his superior strength and technique to push the 2 lava hounds to the side. He then dashed for the mine's entrance like a powerful gale. When the lava hounds caught up to Xiaofan, he easily threw them back with an attack. In less than 5 seconds, Xiaofan burst from the mine and back into the canyon. Thousands of lava monsters then turned to look at the swordsman. Big Sis Fire, the guild leader is out. Flying Shadow said, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaofan emerge from the mine. However, his excitement quickly faded, and a somber expression dominated his face. Thousands of lava monsters surrounded Xiaofan, including the 3 mythic lava hounds that chased after him. Even a Tier 2 assassin like him or Fire Dance would have no hope of surviving such an encirclement, much less a swordsman like Xiaofan. I'll attract the monster's attention. Ready a defensive magic scroll and prepare to use it on the guild leader. Fire Dance felt her scalp tingle as she watched the swarm of monsters close in on Xiaofan, but she had to try to rescue her guild leader. She could feel how extraordinary the flames that enveloped the lava hounds were. If those flames claimed Xiaofan's life, he'd lose far more than a single level. Just as Fire Dance was about to dash forward, Xiaofan raised the evil god's inheritance into the air. Suddenly, the canyon's mana began to gather around the broken blade, and the sword gradually took on a mist-like state. Xiaofan swung the weapon lightly at the surrounding lava monsters. The mist-like broken sword suddenly disappeared from Xiaofan's hand and transformed into 5 pitch-black sword lights that flew at the offending monsters, devouring everything in their path. This move was the evil god's inheritance's only skill after Xiaofan had sacrificed a fraction of his attributes. God Slayer. With one attack, every chieftain and lord-ranked lava monster nearby was incinerated, their ashes scattering in the wind. The surviving monsters were heavily injured and unable to make the slightest movement. Chapter 1847, Flame Demon's Crown. When Xiaofan had swung the broken sword, the attack had carved 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground around him. The canyon's terrain had changed drastically. What great destructive power! Shock filled Xiaofan as he gazed at the evil god's inheritance in his hand. Godslayer's destructive power was even greater than that of a Tier 4 super large-scale destruction spell. He had turned several hundred level 70+ lava monsters into ash instantly. The skill truly had the power to decimate heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the monsters he had killed with Godslayer hadn't granted Xiaofan any EXP. In fact, he would not gain any EXP from slain monsters while he had the evil god's inheritance active. The sword would absorb it all. After killing so many monsters, the black mist the evil god's inheritance emitted had become denser. Following which, Xiaofan heard the sound of a system notification. System, evil god's inheritance has accumulated sufficient life force and recovered the first evil god's mark, activating a portion of its power. The evil god's inheritance has such an effect? Xiaofan was surprised. He had thought that he could only repair the weapon by collecting the missing fragments. He had never expected the broken blade to recover some of its lost power by absorbing others' life force. Evil god's inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god had once used. However, the sword had been destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword had been destroyed, the evil god's power within remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible to restore the sword to its past glory. This piece is the sword's broken hilt. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may temporarily use the sword's power. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. First evil god's mark, power absorption can increase strength by a maximum of 100%, stamina by 20%, and all resistances by 100%. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate. Drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Although he could strengthen the evil god's inheritance by killing a large number of monsters, he had no intentions of doing so. While Xiaofan might wield extraordinary power when he used the evil god's inheritance, he'd have to sacrifice 10 points from every basic attribute permanently each time he wielded the weapon. While 10 points in all attributes might not be much to a Tier 2 player, it would add up. If he used the weapon for too often, he would cripple his account. One could say that the evil god's inheritance was even more evil than magic weapons. Hence, the evil god's inheritance should only be used as a final trump card. Xiaofan had no intentions of feeding the evil god's inheritance any more life force right now, either. He only had half an hour to use the weapon after activating it. How much life force could he possibly accumulate in half an hour? However, the ability to strengthen the evil god's inheritance had truly been an unexpected boon. Following which, Xiaofan charged out of the hole he had opened in the monster encirclement. Now that the evil god's inheritance had grown stronger, he had a much easier time dealing with the 3 lava hounds that chased after him. Is this the guild leader at his full strength? Flying Shadow, who watched from the valley's entrance, was astonished as he watched Xiaofan take on 3 level 80 lava hounds without trouble. Even Fire Dance, who prepared to move out, was stunned. She had assumed that after so many battles and adventures, the distance between her and Xiaofan had shortened. Looking at it now, however, it would seem that the gap was larger than ever. What the 2 assassins did not know was that Xiaofan fully relied on the evil god's inheritance to command such power. Without it, he might not have survived even after activating twofold berserk. Xiaofan quickly escaped the lava hound's grasp, and although this further enraged the mythic monsters, they didn't dare leave their domain by as much as a centimeter. They could only watch until Xiaofan left their sight. Despicable heretic. The almighty fire god will not let you get away with this. After Xiaofan had vanished, the lava hounds released furious howls, the sounds echoing throughout the valley. At the same time, a system notification reached Xiaofang's ears. System, you have incurred the RRE god's wrath. As long as you enter the fire god's territory, its guardians will hunt you to the death. How ruthless. Xiaofan could not help his astonishment as he read the system notification. He had only set up a teleportation marker in the fire god's ancient land, yet he was now prohibited from entering any location the fire god sheltered. This penalty was truly severe. After all, the fire god was a god who had left behind many areas in God's domain. The fire god had even been responsible for creating a number of other worlds. This penalty basically warned him that he could lose his life if he entered any of these locations. Unless he was strong enough to defeat the area's guardians, he shouldn't even consider exploring the locations. But after giving the matter some thought, Xiaofan didn't mourn the loss. Now that he had constructed a teleportation marker in the fire god's ancient land, he could lead a team to mine the source fire or without revealing themselves to the lava hounds as long as he prepared properly. In 10 days, he could also visit the so-called underground country, possibly obtaining another significant harvest. Overall, he considered this transaction quite profitable. After leaving the canyon, Xiaofan regrouped with Zero Wing's other members. He then briefed Aqua Rose about the teleportation marker and had her contact her subordinates to prepare. They would need enough fire resistance to survive in the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Moreover, only intermediate miners or higher could mine the source fire ore. They'd only be able to revisit the mine after fulfilling these 2 conditions. It would take quite some time to prepare. After the team rested for a short moment, Xiaofan led his team into the heart of the Flame Demon's Valley. Although they came across quite a few monsters on their way, and Xiaofan was currently weakened, the team advanced relatively quickly with their powerful MTs like Kola and Xiaofang's summoned Tier 3 demons. As no one had explored the Flame Demon's Valley thus far, it was home to a lot of monsters, which, fortunately, provided far more EXP than normal. Moreover, a large number of treasure chests hid in the area. After venturing through the core region for 4 hours, some of the team's level 56 members had risen to level 57. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had also discovered 6 treasure chests in the area. They had found 3 bronze treasure chests, a mysterious iron treasure chest, a secret silver treasure chest, and a fine gold treasure chest. The discovery surprised both Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who frequently searched for treasure chests in the fields. It was common knowledge that treasure chests were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, a map only had 2 or 3 at one time, yet after wandering in a small section of the core region, they had discovered 6. Moreover, one was a fine gold treasure chest. Past level 50, a bronze treasure chest would contain loot that could rival the items a High Lord dropped, while mysterious, iron chests items were on par with a great lord, and secret silver treasure chests dropped items on par with a grand lord's loot. As for a fine gold treasure chest, its loot could rival that of a mythic monster. However, in the Flame Demon's Valley, both the monsters and the treasure chests offered weapons and equipment that were all level 70 or higher. Unfortunately, current players couldn't use these items unless they had weapons and equipment that could reduce level requirements by 15 levels or more. As Xiaofan activated the fine gold treasure chest, it released a light that illuminated the gloomy sky above the Flame Demon's Valley. Even players several thousand yards away could see the glow. The Flame Demon's crown? Xiaofan was flabbergasted when he saw the exquisite, flaming crown inside the treasure chest. Chapter 1848, Ancient Demon. Guild Leader, did you find something good? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she watched Xiaofan's blank expression. The rest of the team turned to look at Xiaofan, as well, anticipation flashing in their eyes. They all wanted to know what kind of treasure a fine gold treasure chest had to offer. A fine gold treasure chest was almost impossible to find in level 50+ maps. The best players normally found were secret silver rank. Meanwhile, even mysterious iron treasure chests could cause a heated struggle between guild teams. The higher quality treasure chest players found, the more of a commotion activating the treasure chest would cause. In turn, this would lead to more players finding out about the treasure chest. Moreover, after players acquired the items inside a treasure chest, there was a 2-hour period when the items would be guaranteed to drop upon death. Hence, whenever a treasure chest appeared in the fields, a slaughter would soon follow. Fortunately, Zero Wing's team didn't have to worry about being attacked. After all, this place was the Flame Demon's Valley. The only other players that might see the glow from the fine gold treasure chest were the Ninth Heaven members. Even if other players with hostile intentions discovered them, they had no fear that anyone would try to rob them. Something good has dropped, Xiaofan said, laughing. He then retrieved the Flame Demon's crown and shared its statistics in the team chat. Flame Demon's crown, head, fine gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 800, agility 800, and intelligence 800 defense plus 100 additional passive ski-. Flame Demon's body, allows the wearer to gain the body of a flame demon, increasing fire resistance by 200 and becoming immune to burning effects. Additional active ski-. Flame Avatar, becomes immune to all flame damage for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. After reading the Flame Demon's crown's details, the team lost their prior excitement. Guild Leader, this crown is a scam. Not only does it have such a high equipment requirement, but it doesn't actually offer any basic attributes. The only good thing about it is its high fire resistance, but it isn't worth sacrificing everything else. I feel the same. The monsters in harsh environments are generally very powerful. Although this crown can provide sufficient fire resistance to survive in these maps, without the basic attributes, you'll have a difficult time dealing with monsters. It would be much better to equip several pieces of equipment that provide less fire resistance but have significant basic attributes. Its defensive properties are even more important. No matter how I look at this crown, it doesn't seem to have any. Everyone quickly discerned the pros and cons of the Flame Demon's crown. Even level 50 common cloth armor had more than 100 defense. The Flame Demon's crown's defense was practically a useless decoration. In addition, losing the basic attributes from a piece of equipment would reduce a player's attributes by around 10%. This would cause at least a 20% reduction in combat power. Moreover, due to the lack of defense in the head section, others would have a weakness to exploit. If one were struck in the head, it was entirely possible that they'd suffer a fainted state. As God's domain continued to update, the equipment players wore would have greater importance. Equipment would play a role in a player's defense beyond basic attributes. Take two players with the same defense, for example. If one of these players wore chest armor while the other player did not, the player without a chest piece would receive more damage when struck in that area and suffer additional negative effects. If a player took a blow to the head, they would feel dizzy and powerless, and their reactions would become sluggish. If one were stuck in the arm, it would go numb and become difficult to move. There were subtle differences in the negative effects depending on the materials of their equipment, as well. An attack's impact was one such example. During the early stages of the game, these negative effects were barely noticeable, but as players took on higher-leveled monsters, these negative effects would become more prominent. As a result, players would have to choose their equipment carefully. It wasn't enough to prioritize basic attributes. Players also needed to focus on their equipment's compatibility and defensive properties. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's crown, made of fire with a pitiful 100 points in defense, clearly didn't have any. It was a costume piece at best. If one equipped the Flame Demon's crown during battle, they'd be asking for an early death. Xiaofan simply revealed a bitter smile as he stored the Flame Demon's crown. He had to admit that his guild members' standards had significantly improved. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was no longer limited to basic attributes. Unfortunately, they were still somewhat ignorant. This didn't particularly surprise Xiaofan. His teammates were still relatively low-leveled, after all. They still didn't fully understand resistances. They did not know just how valuable a piece of equipment capable of increasing fire resistance by 200 points was. Among the items in the fine gold treasure chest, the Flame Demon's crown was easily more valuable than the other items combined. By the time mainstream players had reached level 100 and beyond in the past, a Flame Demon's crown had sold for a whopping 5,000 gold. With that amount of money, one could purchase an epic equipment with poor attributes. Even so, players rarely sold their Flame Demon's crowns. Equipment that added 200 fire resistance was extremely rare. Most importantly, the Flame Demon's crown's Flame Demon's body allowed its wearer to become immune to burning effects. In other words, no matter how hot an environment was, players would not suffer any negative effects. They could maintain their combat power at its peak. Of course, due to the Flame Demon's crown's glaring weakness, it was only suitable for expert players. Ordinary players would be better off wearing several pieces of equipment that provided both basic attributes and fire resistance. Ordinary players already fought to get their basic attributes up to standard and as a result, struggled against monsters and in team dungeon raids. They would be asking for trouble by using a piece of specialized equipment like the Flame Demon's crown. However, expert players were different. They would easily have enough basic attributes even without wearing a headpiece. When fighting in sweltering environments, it was far more important for expert players to have high fire resistance. Hence, during the later stages of the game, the various large guilds' main force members had stopped focusing on basic attributes. Instead, they had prioritized resistances and physique. Moreover, the Flame Demon's crown was like an entry pass to the Flame Demon's Valley. As long as one had a Flame Demon's crown, they could travel anywhere within the valley. They wouldn't even have any issues exploring the Flaming Valley's core. Originally, Xiaofan had worried that he didn't have enough fire resistance to survive in the central area, but now that he had the Flame Demon's crown, he wasn't concerned. Now, only the Flame Demon King himself would be a problem. In God's domain, the Flame Demon King was categorized as a world boss. Counter to most expectations, world bosses were not much stronger than ordinary field bosses. The system did not grant world bosses any special traits either. However, they did have full control over their territories. While in a world boss's territory, players would be prevented from using magic scrolls and magic arrays. It wasn't even possible to use magical tools. At most, players could use their weapons and equipment skills. It was a nightmare for most players. After emptying the fine gold treasure chest, Xiaofan and the others continued towards the central region. After traveling for a little over an hour, they finally arrived before a fiery world. White-hot flames danced along the mountain range before them. The ring of mountains resembled a burning sun, making it difficult to look at. "This place is so hot," Blackie exclaimed as he looked at the flaming mountain range. Despite standing some distance away from the mountain range, he felt as if like roasting meat. Everyone on the team felt the sweltering heat. Even walking exhausted their stamina. Meanwhile, a gigantic figure wielding a trident patrolled the center of this mountain ring. Every one of this figure's movements stirred the flames around it as lava rose into the air. Even from several thousand yards away, Zero Wing's team could feel the figure's fierce aura. When they saw the Flame Demon King's true appearance, they couldn't help their gasps. Even Xiaofan was shocked. Flame Demon King, elemental creature, ancient fiend, mythic, level 83. HP 720,000/720,000,000. An ancient fiend? How is this possible? Xiaofan was indescribably shocked when he saw the Flame Demon King's statistics. Shouldn't it be an archaic species? Chapter 1849, World Gate. Guild Leader, don't tell me we're supposed to fight that boss. Is that really a mythic monster? The Flame Demon King was a 50-meter tall giant. Every one of its movements stirred up a storm in the sea of fire around it. Zero Wing's team could tell how terrifying this monster was just by looking at it. When he saw the Flame Demon King, Kola, who had brimmed with confidence, felt his scalp tingle. This boss could likely even slay a 1,000-man team of level 80, Tier 2 experts. Compared to the mythic monsters they've encountered thus far, the Flame Demon King was on an entirely different level. Could the new expansion pack I triggered have made the Flame Demon King stronger? Xiaofan pondered as he looked at the Flame Demon King. The more he thought about it, the more his theory seemed plausible. After all, the Flame Demon's Valley was only a level 70+ map, it wasn't a level 100+ map. An ancient fiend shouldn't be here. An ancient fiend was an elemental creature that had fully unlocked its bloodline and reverted to its ancestral form. Although ancient fiends were no match for dragons in terms of life rating, they were fully capable of rivaling ferocious beasts. Even an expert team that was 20 levels higher wouldn't be a match for a mythic-ranked ancient fiend, much less an expert team of the same level. In addition, the Flame Demon King had a world boss's special ability. Not even a 100-man team of level 100, Tier 3 players could defeat this monster. There's no helping it, I can only adjust my plans. Following which, Xiaofan addressed his team. I had thought that I could complete this quest and get everyone out of here safely, but that's no longer possible. I'll have to ask you all to sacrifice yourselves to lure the Flame Demon King away from its territory. Try to buy as much time for me as possible. Violet, you won't be joining the fight. I need you to hide in the distance. Once the battle is over, you'll be responsible for resurrecting the team. All he could do now was lure the Flame Demon King away from the World Gate. The players that would be responsible for buying time would die, but with the resurrection skill he had given Violet Cloud, they could reduce the death penalty his teammates suffered. I understand. Violet Cloud nodded. None of his teammates had any objections to Xiaofan's proposal. They were the guild's main force members. Their weapons, equipment, and levels had been granted by their guild. It wasn't unusual to die for their guild's benefit very quickly. The team followed Xiaofan's instructions. Kola would be the first player responsible for attracting the Flame Demon King's attention and luring it to the designated area. After Kola died, Turtledove and Yi Wumian would take over. Once all three MTs had died, the rest of the team would split up and flee, forcing the Flame Demon King to waste as much time as possible chasing them down. Move out. Xiaofan commanded once he was in position a short distance away from the valley's entrance. Following his orders, Kola charged into the flaming valley. Shortly after he had set foot in the sea of fire, a deafening roar echoed from the valley's center. "Little human! You dare trespass in my, the Flame Demon King, Monacoland's, territory? I'll show you just how frightening fire's anger is." As the voice faded, the Flame Demon King emerged from the raging flames, its movements causing waves of fire that washed over Kola. Not daring to be careless, Kola immediately activated Power of Darkness and hid behind Titan Guard. Boom! As the firestorm slammed into him, Kola stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -20,000 appearing above his head. So strong. Just its movements caused such a powerful attack. Aqua Rose, who watched from afar, could not help her shock when she saw Kola lose 1/8 of his HP despite his active berserk skill. Normally, Kola could face a level 70 mythic monster head-on after activating his berserk skill, yet he had just lost so much HP after an indirect attack from the Flame Demon King. The team's other members paled when they saw this. If they had received that indirect attack, they would have likely lost over 50% of their HP. They felt like ants before this world boss. As the Flame Demon King's frightening strength stunned Zero Wings players, the boss had arrived before Kola. The Flame Demon King then thrust its trident at the Guardian Knight with so much speed that the attack had been invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Kola had already raised Titan Guard and blocked the attack in time. After blocking the attack, however, Kola had lost all feeling in his arms. Like a cannonball, he had been thrown back, only stopping as he crashed into a massive boulder. Kola's HP instantly fell by over 80,000, more than half of his total. The team was stunned. Just one attack had left Kola so miserable. The gap in strength was despairing. "Heal him, quickly!" Xiaofan shouted through the team chat. The outcome didn't surprise him. After all, their opponent was a mythic-ranked ancient fiend. If not for the fragmented legendary-ranked Titan Guard, Kola might have died instantly. Upon hearing Xiaofan's command, the Tier 2 healers snapped out of their daze and cast healing spells on Kola, instantly restoring the Guardian Knight's HP to 70%. However, the Flame Demon King was already stabbing its trident at Kola again, the weapon releasing white-hot fire. The white-hot flames shocked Kola. Hurriedly, he activated Protection Blessing. After its upgrade to Tier 2, Protection Blessing reduced the damage he took by 60%. However, when the trident met Kola's shield, the stone under his feet shattered, forming a crater. Meanwhile, Kola's HP fell by more than 60,000, dropping his HP into the red. By the time the Flame Demon King executed another attack, the team's healers only recovered Kola's HP to 50% of his total. Realizing how precarious his situation was, Kola used Titan's Heart, forming 3 layers of protective energy, which could absorb up to 10 times his maximum HP, around him. With Titan's Heart in effect, Kola quickly fled the sea of fire. Seeing Kola pull away from the valley, Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had upgraded Titan Guard to the fragmented legendary rank earlier. Otherwise, the 3 MTs wouldn't be able to lure the Flame Demon King away before they died, even if Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian worked together. Afterward equipping the Flame Demon's crown, Xiaofan activated Gale Domain and charged into the flames that could even melt fine iron. As expected of the Flame Demon's crown. It really is wondrously effective. When Xiaofan soared through the fire, he only felt a little warm. He wasn't in any pain at all. Due to the additional 200 fire resistance the crown provided, he now had over 400 fire resistance. His HP only fell by a little over 100 each second he remained in the fire. After flying for about 40 seconds, he noticed Kola's name darken among the list of his team members. It was obvious that the Flame Demon King had killed Kola. So quickly? When Xiaofan realized that he was still over 200 yards away from the stone gate in the center of the valley, his expression darkened. Kola was the sturdiest player in the team. He had thought that the Guardian Knight alone would be able to buy him enough time to reach the World Gate, but it seemed that the Flame Demon King was much stronger than he had expected. As soon as Xiaofan reached the World Gate, he pulled out the Philosopher's hand and used it to activate the stone doors. At this point, Turtledove had also fallen, and only Yi Wumian remained alive of the team's 3 MTs. I need to hurry. Xiaofan used the Philosopher's hand's power to repair the broken magic arrays on the World Gate. As he did, a furious roar reached him from outside of the valley. Despicable trespasser! You dare to open the World Gate? As the voice faded, a pillar of fire rose from its origin. Following which, everyone but Xiaofan and Violet Cloud's names went dark. This situation put immense pressure on Xiaofan. He pushed himself to work faster. Faster. While Xiaofan repaired the World Gate's magic arrays, he could feel the space around him boil. This meant that he was already standing within the Flame Demon King's sphere of influence. The ancient fiend's movement speed had completely exceeded his expectations. Despicable human! Vanish alongside your sins. When the Flame Demon King caught sight of Xiaofan, it threw its flaming trident at the swordsman. However, before the trident could reach Xiaofan, he activated the aura of Earth's absolute domain. Yes! It's done! Using the period of invulnerability absolute domain granted him, Xiaofan completed the final magic array. Following which, he placed a hand on the World Gate's main magic array and said, "Open. World Gate." Chapter 1850, Hidden Reward. With Xiaofang's command, the divine runes on the gigantic pair of doors before him began to glow with a purple-gold light. A moment later, the divine runes released a beam of light that threatened to devour the Flame Demon King. No! Upon seeing the beam, the Flame Demon King, who was within 50 yards of Xiaofan, turned in a panic and tried to flee. However, the beam of light was much faster than the Flame Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the purple-gold light enveloped the world boss, and the ancient fiend cried out in pain. In the next moment, the Flame Demon King began to shrink, and the flames around its body gradually extinguished. A short moment later, the World Gate slowly opened. Some force sucked the valley's fire through the opening gates, and the Flame Demon King began to shrink even faster. From its original height of 50 meters, the Flame Demon King quickly shrunk to 40 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. By the time the World Gate was fully open, the black hole within had devoured every last flame in the valley. The Flame Demon King had also been dragged towards the World Gate by the black hole's powerful gravity. No! This is my power, the Flame Demon King shouted, panicking as it used every shred of power to fight the black hole's pull. Seeing this, Xiaofan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had no hope against a level 83 mythic-ranked ancient fiend right now. Fortunately, the World Gate could remove things that didn't originate from the continent of God's domain. While the World Gate had activated, the Philosopher's hand had also undergone a transformation. The Philosopher's hand had originally been made of translucent crystal, radiating an ominous feeling. Now, however, not only had the ominous feeling disappeared, but the translucent hand had also transformed into a blood-red bead. What pristine mana! As Xiaofan held the blood-red bead, he could feel incredibly pure mana emerge from it. This mana was even purer than that from the 7 luminaries crystals. Suddenly, Xiaofan heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations! You have completed the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Philosopher's Wish, before level 80. Rewarding Philosopher's Hand, plus 40% EXP of current level, 5 legacy skill points, 30 free mastery points, 30,000 subclass proficiency points, and 1 subclass dark gold design. When the system notification ended, Xiaofang's experience bar rose to 52% of level 68. However, obtaining the complete Philosopher's Hand excited Xiaofan far more than the bountiful EXP. This was a bona fide legendary item. Any superpower in God's domain would easily go mad over this. Moreover, Xiaofan was surprised by the additional reward for completing the quest before reaching level 80. 5 legacy skill points were no small matter. In addition, the awarded 30,000 subclass proficiency points would save him a lot of time when upgrading his Forger subclass. After reaching the master rank, players would still need a ridiculous number of proficiency points to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. While ordinary master lifestyle players might not have trouble earning the required proficiency points, it was a different story for Xiaofan. Xiaofan had many matters he needed to deal with, and he only had a small amount of time to invest in his forging. As a result, he didn't obtain forging proficiency points very quickly. However, the most valuable of the rewards had to be the subclass Dark Gold design. This subclass Dark Gold design wasn't like ordinary designs. Not only could it upgrade a design to Dark Gold rank, but the new design would be a player creation. It was common knowledge that becoming a master lifestyle player was incredibly difficult. Players needed to create completely new items, which had to meet certain requirements. To accomplish this feat, players needed a certain understanding of items and materials. This was also the case when players tried to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. In fact, the promotion to an intermediate master was even more difficult since players would have to create 1 dark gold item or 3 fine gold items. This hurdle had been the end of the line for many basic master lifestyle players during Xiaofan's previous life. In the past, when one had referred to a master lifestyle player, they had generally meant basic masters. The majority of God's domain's master lifestyle players had been basic rank. After 10 years in the game, basic masters hadn't received as much attention from first-rate guilds, although they were still VIPs in second-rate guilds. At most, they would be treated slightly better than the average lifestyle player. Only intermediate masters had earned first-rate guilds' respect. Now that he had a subclass Dark Gold design, he had received a free pass to become an intermediate master. Of course, an intermediate master that reached the rank by using a subclass Dark Gold design wasn't as capable as a player that reached the rank through their own hard work and original items. The latter had solidified their foundation, while the former had none. A player who became an intermediate master, though their work would have a higher possibility of creating more Dark Gold items in the future, soon becoming an advanced master. On the other hand, the intermediate master that did not possess a sturdy foundation would struggle to advance. The only real benefit of using such a cheap method to become an intermediate master was the higher production success rates that came with the rank. Even so, many basic master lifestyle players had spent their entire life savings to get their hands on a subclass Dark Gold design during Xiaofang's previous life, since they had already reached their limits. As Xiaofan celebrated his additional rewards, the world gate began to close. By the time the world gate had shut, the valley was void of fire. Only the scorched earth remained. Despicable human. It took me hundreds of years to accumulate that power. And now it's all gone. You will pay for this with your soul. I will turn you into a puppet that will forever live under my command, the Flame Demon King bellowed as it glared at Xiaofan. Currently, the Flame Demon King was only 8 meters tall. It looked like an infant compared to its previous size. Its aura was also much weaker. Flame Demon King, Elemental Creature, Mythic. Level 81. HP 32000000/32000000. The Flame Demon King didn't even have the HP of a mythic monster anymore. A mana depletion debuff also graced its status bar, lasting for a whole hour. The World Gate has robbed it of so much energy? Xiaofan was astonished when he saw the enraged Flame Demon King. The valley's flames had originated from a higher plane, containing unparalleled power. The fire had been highly sought after by fire elementals since they could increase the elemental's power. The Flame Demon King had only grown so strong because it had continuously absorbed these flames' power. Now that the World Gate had returned these flames to their source, the Flame Demon King had lost the power it had accumulated over the years. With the energy that had bolstered its physical form gone, it was only natural that the Flame Demon King had weakened. Only, Xiaofan never thought that the Flame Demon King would grow this weak. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan abandoned all thoughts of escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When the time the mana depletion debuff ended, the Flame Demon King would recover its strength. Although it wouldn't be as strong as it had been, it would still be beyond current players' capabilities. Before the Flame Demon King could launch an attack, Xiaofan activated Power of Darkness, Phantom Kill, and Dragon Soul. A level 68 High Lord ranked Black Dragon should have 0 chances against a level 80 Mythic monster, but now, the Black Dragon had the upper hand against the weakened Flame Demon King. While the Black Dragon kept the Flame Demon King busy, Xiaofan activated every skill he had to the weakened boss. Thunder Flame Explosion. Flame Burst. 9 Dragon Slash. Lightning Slash. Although the weakened Flame Demon King was still a world boss, whose ability prevented players from using external tools, it no longer mattered. The Flame Demon King's defense had drastically fallen, after all. Now, Xiaofang's normal attacks dealt over -30,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over -70,000 damage. Even the weakest of his skills inflicted over -100,000 damage. Even when the Flame Demon King used its powerful AoE attacks, Xiaofan, who had over 400 fire resistance, only took a little over -3,000 damage from each hit. The Flame Demon King's HP continued to fall. 80%. 50%. 20%. When the Black Dragon's duration was almost over, the Flame Demon King had around 10% HP remaining. Once the Black Dragon was gone, Xiaofan would have to fight the world boss head-on. I guess there's no other choice. Xiaofan sighed as he came to terms with his current predicament. A moment later, he retrieved the evil god's inheritance from his bag once more. Trying to escape a world boss was an extremely difficult task. This was especially true now that he had used all of his skills. Furthermore, it wasn't every day that he found himself in such a favorable position against a world boss. Die. Gritting his teeth, Xiaofan sacrificed his attributes to activate the evil god's inheritance. He then activated Godslayer. 5 pitch-black sword lights instantly pierced the Flame Demon King, leaving 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground before Xiaofan. Despicable human. If the World Gate hadn't taken my power from me, the Flame Demon King's eyes burned with rage as it glared at Xiaofan, but despite its fury, the Flame Demon King's HP didn't stop depleting before it eventually reached 0. Boom! As the Flame Demon King fell to the ground, its fiery body started to dissipate. A short moment later, only Xiaofan remained in the scorched valley. Chapter 1851, Flame Demon King's Loot. After the Flame Demon King died, the rampaging mana in the valley settled down. It's finally dead. Xiaofan breathed out a sigh of relief as the Black Dragon disappeared, shortly after the Flame Demon King died. If not for the Black Dragon's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Flame Demon King. After all, even though the Flame Demon King was weakened, it was still a mythic monster. The boss had possessed not only superior strength but also far more HP. Even if the Flame Demon King had only 10% of its HP left, it would still have had more than enough time to kill him. Although he had to sacrifice another 10 points of every basic attribute to kill the Flame Demon King, he forgot about the loss when he saw the small mountain of items the boss dropped. The Flame Demon King was a world boss. Although it had been weakened due to his quest, it was still a mythic-ranked world boss, hence the extremely bountiful loot. Not to mention, as this was the first time the Flame Demon King was killed, it was guaranteed to drop a 4-star guild promotion order. future Flame Demon Kings killed would have only a certain chance of dropping the promotion order. This item was also the reason why he had persisted in killing the Flame Demon King to the point of permanently weakening himself. Currently, Zero Wing was a 3-star guild and held a significant advantage over other guilds. However, as the various superpowers started raiding level 50, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, it was only a matter of time before they became 3-star guilds as well. Meanwhile, compared to Zero Wing, the various superpowers would gain much more of an advantage from being a 3-star guild. Be it the Guild Employment Center or Guild Training Room, these two facilities needed guilds to reach a certain scale in order to display their usefulness fully. In other words, the larger a guild was, the better the guild could leverage these two facilities. In the case of Zero Wing, despite the rapid expansion it was currently undergoing, in terms of member count, it was far from rivaling even first-rate guilds. The operations of the various superpowers spanned over a dozen kingdoms and empires. Their member counts naturally dwarfed Zero Wing's. Once these superpowers became 3-star guilds, their development speed would undoubtedly skyrocket. At that time, not only would these superpowers be able to nurture a large number of elite players, but the income their guilds generated would also increase substantially. If Zero Wing, a guild that ruled over only a single kingdom, wished to surpass these superpowers, which had become 3-star guilds, in terms of development speed, then there was only one way to do so. By getting promoted into a 4-star guild. Unlike a 3-star guild, the benefits offered by a 4-star guild did not manifest with the scale of a guild. Instead, these benefits were apparent in the finer details. Reaching the 4-star rank would not give a guild the privilege to construct any additional facilities. Instead, what a guild gained from the 4-star rank was the recognition of the Adventurers Association as a large-scale guild. At that time, the Adventurers Association would directly issue large-scale quests to the guild. These large-scale quests ranged from easy to very difficult, even national-level quests were available. The rewards for these quests were extremely generous. Moreover, these quests also provided players with good opportunities to raise their ranks in the Adventurers Association. In addition to receiving large-scale quests, 4-star guilds would be designated a temporary rest area in every Adventurers Association on the continent of God's domain. While this rest area was relatively small, it allowed members of 4-star guilds to receive commissioned quests from every NPC town and city on the continent, not just from towns and cities where their respective guilds had residences. Due to this benefit, members of 4-star guilds could travel all over the continent to do quests, no longer hindered in their leveling speed and acquirement of resources by competition over a limited number of quests. The only downside to this was the Adventurers Association's tax on players' quest rewards when completing commissioned quests accepted from these designated rest areas. This, in turn, reduced the guild's income from these quests. Even so, this benefit would still help guilds generate much more wealth than before. At the same time, guilds would also be able to raise their popularity in the various NPC kingdoms and empires significantly, killing two birds with one stone. This was the distinguishing feature of a 4-star guild. After reaching the 4-star rank, a guild's development would no longer be tied down to the territories they controlled. Of course, the consequence of this feature was also very obvious: the amount of competition guilds had to face would increase drastically. However, so long as Zero Wing managed to become a 4-star guild ahead of others, it would seize a significant advantage over the other guilds, hence Xiaofang's persistence in killing the Flame Demon King. Following which, Xiaofan started going through the Flame Demon King's loot. Just like he expected, there was indeed a 4-star guild promotion order among the dropped items. So long as a 3-star guild possessed 200,000 guild popularity, it could be upgraded into a 4-star guild using this promotion order. As expected of a world boss, its loot sure is bountiful. Xiaofan was inwardly astonished as he looked over the statistics of the other dropped items. The Flame Demon King had dropped over 100 items in total, the majority of which were rare materials, including the extremely rare 7 luminaries crystal. Although only 3 7 luminaries crystals dropped, the equivalent often units, the value of these 7 luminaries crystals still exceeded that of the other materials by a large margin. The rest of the loot were level 70 plus weapons and equipment. Practically every one of these weapons and equipment was of fine gold rank, only one of them was epic rank. Among the fine gold equipment dropped, 4 pieces belonged to the level 70 fine gold ranked Sins of Thunderfire set. The boss also dropped the entire level 70 fine gold ranked Scorching Wind set. While the weapons and equipment dropped looked subpar at best, Xiaofan's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw them. His reaction was because the Sins of Thunderfire set was top-tier set equipment for magical classes. This was set equipment that only level 70 plus mythic ranked field bosses dropped. The set had a total of 6 pieces, and even superpowers would need to expend a lot of effort to collect the complete set. As for the Scorching Wind set, it was similarly top-tier set equipment but for plate armor classes instead of magical classes. Not only did the Scorching Wind set provide higher fire resistance than the Dark Corrosion set, but its 6-piece set effect was also extremely heaven-defying. It allowed players to transform into a war god of fire and acquire a life rating that could rival archaic species. Although players would incur double damage from ice and water-type attacks than they normally would, it was still plenty amazing. The Sins of Thunderfire set's 6-piece set effect was similar to the Scorching Wind set's, allowing its user to transform into a Thunderfire messenger. Due to these 2 set effects, despite the ordinary basic attributes the 2 sets provided, they had ended up publicly recognized as the strongest level 70 set equipment available in the game. Even level 70 Dark Gold set equipment could not rival them. Xiaofan had never thought that he would be able to obtain the entire Scorching Wind set. As for the Sins of Thunderfire set, he was just short of 2 set pieces to complete the set. Once he geared 2 guild experts in these 2 sets, he would have himself 2 peak experts. As for the sole epic equipment dropped, it was a pair of cloth armor gloves named Hands of Fire. Not only did the gloves provide a significant amount of fire resistance, but it even increased the spell completion rate of players by 2%. It also had a skill that allowed its user to summon a Lord-ranked fire familiar, making this pair of gloves perfect for Magicka-class players that were not adept in melee combat. After Xiaofan was done going through the Flame Demon King's loot, he then took out the Philosopher's Hand from his bag and inspected it, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked through its attribute panel. As he needed to deal with the Flame Demon King before, he had not had any time to inspect the fully recovered Philosopher's Hand. Now that the Flame Demon King was dealt with, he naturally had to take a good look at this legendary item, which had disappeared from God's domain in his previous life. Chapter 1852, Complete Philosopher's Hand. The instant Xiaofan retrieved the Philosopher's Hand from his bag, he felt the space around him grow heavier. It felt as if space itself couldn't withstand the pristine energy within the Philosopher's Hand. Now that Xiaofan had the chance to get a better feel for the Philosopher's Hand, he felt a powerful inspiration well within him. His mind felt sharp and focused like never before. It was as if the world had faded away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. So, this is the true Philosopher's Hand? Xiaofan could not help his excitement as he gazed at the crimson bead in his hand. Philosopher's Hand, legendary rank item. A special gemstone crafted by the philosopher Erhard, containing incredible power that is capable of manipulating the soul. Additional passive effect: the wielder of the Philosopher's Hand will have all of their subclasses temporarily raised by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1-. Philosopher's Soul offers players guidance for 10 hours when crafting items. Cooldown: 12 hours. Additional active skill 2-. Soul Fantasy allows players to enter an imaginary world for 8 hours. During this time, players may use the materials that they know of to produce items without limit. Cooldown: 15 hours. Although the Philosopher's Hand only possessed 3 skills, these skills were heaven-defying. Based on Xiaofan's knowledge, only the epic-ranked Icarus's Heart could temporarily raise a lifestyle player to master rank. In Xiaofan's opinion, Icarus's Heart's ability to do so was already heaven-defying, but compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart was a cheap knockoff. However, compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart couldn't even be considered a cheap knockoff. The fact that the Philosopher's Hand could unconditionally raise a player's subclass by 1 rank meant that it could transform a basic master into an intermediate master or an intermediate master into an advanced master. The Philosopher's Soul also offered the system's guidance, which would be a great help to players when they produced items. Originally, the skill had been limited to a 1-hour duration. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to accomplish anything useful in that time. Crafting items was a time-consuming process, after all, especially complex items. How many items could players possibly make within 1 hour? Now that the skill's duration had increased to 10 hours, players could attempt to craft far more complex items with the system's guidance. Lastly, Soul Fantasy granted players access to the main god system's resource warehouse. After seeing the Philosopher's Hand's 2 active skills, Xiaofan finally understood why the item was capable of producing so many lifestyle masters. Regardless of the subclass, any lifestyle player would require materials to craft new items. Although some tools allowed players to participate in simulations, these simulations couldn't truly replicate the material's properties. At most, these simulations allowed players to get a feel of the production procedures. An actual attempt would still require real materials. Meanwhile, to reach the master rank, players needed very high-ranked items. Hence, the material requirements were quite high. However, high-ranking materials were not easy to obtain, and players would need these materials in large quantities. Experimenting with a few sets of materials would barely yield any results. Every lifestyle master was born of an astronomical resource investment. This was even true for the talented geniuses. Only, geniuses would need to spend fewer materials compared to ordinary lifestyle masters. However, with Soul Fantasy, players could experiment to their heart's content without worrying about lacking materials. Naturally, this would make new item creation very easy. I'm going to have a headache once I return. Xiaofan revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the Philosopher's Hand. While he had acquired the alchemy treasure, there was still the matter of how to use it. There was only one Philosopher's Hand, yet the Candlelight trading firm had tons of advanced lifestyle players waiting to use it. He would have to decide which players were worthy of the privilege. Most importantly, he'd have to worry about information leaks. Due to an information leak, Kingdom Sword, the Philosopher's Hand's owner in the past, had become a target for the various superpowers, eventually vanishing from God's domain altogether. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful right now, if multiple superpowers decided to make it their target, it would suffer a similar fate. He needed to be extremely careful when using the Philosopher's Hand. Xiaofan stored the Philosopher's Hand and exited the Scorched Valley. When Zero Wing's members, whom Violet Cloud had resurrected, saw Xiaofan emerge, they breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the Flame Demon King's outburst, the entire team had been annihilated in an instant. They had barely bought their guild leader any time. Guild leader, how did the quest go? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. Not only were high-ranked quests incredibly dangerous, but they also gave players very few chances of success. Plenty of quests only gave players a single attempt, and since their deaths had been so unexpected, they knew it was likely that this attempt had been a failure. Hence, Aqua Rose wondered if they'd have a second chance. On the off chance that this quest didn't offer a second chance, Xiaofan would have to suffer the system's penalty. To ordinary guild experts, suffering a system penalty wouldn't be much of a problem. At worst, if the penalty were severe, they could just start over with a new account. However, Xiaofan was different. He was Zero Wing's guild leader. If he suffered such a severe penalty, it would shake the very foundation of the guild. Relax. I completed my quest, Xiaofan said, chuckling at the worried expression on Aqua Rose's face. That's wonderful. I worried that we had failed the quest and you'd have to pay a high price for it. Now that the quest is complete, we didn't waste our trip here, Aqua Rose said, breathing a sigh of relief. She then looked at Xiaofan curiously and asked, "But, guild leader, you really are amazing. You actually escaped the Flame Demon King after completing your quest. Looking at the terrain, there should only be one path out of the valley. How did you manage to hide from the boss, guild leader?" She had experienced the Flame Demon King's frightening might personally. The world boss had been beyond terrifying. It was basically a god to current players. She found it very difficult to imagine any players defeating the Flame Demon King, even after reaching the same level. She didn't even know if a 100-man team of level 100 players had any hope against the Flame Demon King. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, the rest of Xiaofang's team turned towards him, curious. The Flame Demon King had slain Turtledove, a tier 2 metric tons who had activated her berserk skill, in just 3 hits, yet Xiaofan had escaped the boss unharmed. It was incredible. Hide? I wish I could have hidden from it, but the valley is only so large. Where would I possibly hide? Xiaofan said, shaking his head. Huh? If you didn't hide from it, how did you get away safely, guild leader? Didn't the Flame Demon King discover you as you left? Xiaofang's reply on confused Aqua Rose further. When the Flame Demon King had killed her, she had caught a glimpse of the boss as it charged back into the valley, where Xiaofan had still been. It discovered me, of course, Xiaofan said, smiling. But rather than wait for it to attack, I decided to strike first. Then, guild leader, how did you get out? Aqua Rose asked, utterly confounded. Did you use an auto-resurrection tool? Although auto-resurrection tools were very rare and precious in God's domain, they were nothing new. Aqua Rose couldn't think of any other way that Xiaofan would have escaped the Flame Demon King's pursuit. Take a look at this, Xiaofan said, smiling as he retrieved a gigantic, crimson crystal ball from his bag. The fire-type mana within the crystal ball was so dense that the ambient fire-type mana automatically gathered around it. Isn't that a flame core? But the fire-type mana in the core is incredibly dense. It's even denser than the flame cores we obtained from Great Lord-ranked flame demons. Looking at the gigantic flame core in Xiaofang's hands, Aqua Rose realized a possibility. Doubtfully, she asked, could it be? Guild leader. Did you kill the Flame Demon King? Chapter 1853, Returning to White River City. Looking at the flame core in Xiaofang's hand, Kola and the others fell silent, incredulity flashing in their eyes. Guild leader, are you for real? They had all witnessed and experienced the Flame Demon King's might. Only Kola had been able to stand against the boss for any length of time. The rest of the team had been forced to flee to buy their guild leader the time he needed. While they considered the possibility of Xiaofan fighting such a boss, they knew that it would only be a matter of time before he died as well. As for Xiaofan slaying the Flame Demon King, that was simply impossible. However, the flame core before them was proof of the swordsman's claim. Moreover, the raging inferno that had consumed the valley was gone, not even a spark remained. For a time, they were utterly baffled. I have killed the Flame Demon King, but only its weakened version, Xiaofan explained, smiling. With the explanation, the team could, more or less, accept the fact that Xiaofan had killed the boss. Otherwise, they would have suspected Xiaofan of abusing some bug in the game. Right, Kola, how far are you from level 58 right now? Xiaofan asked as he turned to the MT. Level 58? After taking a look at his experience bar, Kola said, after my recent death, I'm 73% away from level 58. What about you, Summer? Xiaofan asked as he turned to alluring Summer, who wore an exquisite set of light blue robes. How far are you from level 59? I'm down to 6% of level 58. I'll need quite a few days before I reach level 59, alluring Summer said. Guild leader, what's going on? Aqua Rose asked, giving Xiaofan a strange look. She didn't understand why he suddenly asked about those two's levels. It's nothing. You two are a little low-leveled right now. Once we return, stop raiding dungeons and come level with me. Violet, you'll join us as well, Xiaofan said after giving the matter some thought. Now that he had the Scorching Wind set and Sins of Thunderfire set, it would be a waste to let them collect dust. Although the level 70 equipment requirement was quite high, it wasn't a problem without its solutions. Both Cola and Alluring Summer had equipment that reduced items' level requirements, though only by 5 levels. However, he had requirement gemstones, which could reduce the level requirements by another 5 levels. Once they equipped the requirement gemstones, Cola and Alluring Summer could wear items that were 10 levels higher than them. Once they donned the set equipment, it would increase the overall strength of the guild's main force by a significant margin. We're low-leveled? Alluring Summer blinked in astonishment at her own level. She already had the highest level in the team. Even in an empire, she'd be the undisputed number 1 player on the empire's ranking list. However, the comment didn't dampen Alluring Summer's excitement in the least. After all, she was going to level up alongside Xiaofan. Guild leader, we've rested already. Let's hurry and head back, Cola said impatiently after hearing Xiaofan's intentions. Their teammates looked on with a little envy. When leveling up with Xiaofan, not only would they rise in levels with astonishing speed, but they'd also improve their combat standards quickly. Following which, everyone used return scrolls to teleport back to White River City. Once they returned, Xiaofan had Aqua Rose organize a team to mine the source fire vein, only selecting trustworthy players. He then contacted Melancholic Smile, instructing her to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm for the Philosopher's Hand. These players would be required to sign an extremely strict contract, since containing the secret of the Philosopher's Hand was of the utmost importance. He could not afford for the public to discover its existence. He'd only be able to relax after Zero Wing could properly protect itself. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely follow in the Kingdom's Sword's footsteps. While Xiaofan rode an advanced horse carriage towards the Adventurers Association to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, big trouble. Gentle Snow said anxiously. Not long ago, there was a system announcement in the Orc Empire, stating that Blackwater had captured the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Crimson Flame Fortress? Isn't that a transit hub to the Orc capital city? They actually managed to capture it? Xiaofan had already investigated the Orc Empire's various fortresses. Each fortress varied in its importance. The more important it was, the more orcs it would contain. The Crimson Flame Fortress was a crucial transit hub for the Orc Empire. Players heading for the Orc capital city or other kingdoms or empires through the Orc Empire would have to pass through this fortress. Because of this, the Crimson Flame Fortress was invaluable to the Orc Empire. According to player reports, over 700,000 orcs were stationed there, including 4 mythic orcs. One of these 4 mythic orcs even had a special bloodline, which made it far stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. In addition, the Crimson Flame Fortress was protected by powerful war weapons and defensive walls. Current players shouldn't be capable of raiding the Crimson Flame Fortress, even with Beast Emperor's help. We don't know how they managed to do it exactly, but based on the current reports, Blackwater has already dispatched a large number of players to garrison in the Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater has also officially announced the fortress's grand opening to the public on the Orc Empire's official forums. In addition, Blackwater has placed a bounty on every Zero Wing member. Right now, Players gain 1 point for killing a normal member, 5 points for elite members, and 50 points for core members. These points can then be traded for coins or weapons and equipment. In addition, depending on how many points a player has collected, they can get discounts for the Crimson Flame Fortress's teleportation arrays. Players will receive a 10% discount for 500 accumulated points, 20% if they accumulate 3,000 points, and 30% if they accumulate 10,000 points. Those with over 10,000 points will even enjoy the benefits of a Blackwater core member. Shortly after this forum post was uploaded, a large number of players swarmed towards the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Orc Empire is in chaos. I doubt it will be long before this news reaches players in the neighboring kingdoms as well. Even more players will join this madness. I've also heard that a large number of dark players have set their sights on our members. As he listened to Gentle Snow's report, Xiaofang's expression darkened. They're being so ruthless. Xiaofan also could not help his surprise at Blackwater's generosity. To secure a share of the pie known as God's Domain, the Blackwater Corporation had invested heavily into the Blackwater Guild. That investment enabled the guild to offer its members even greater benefits than other superpowers. As a result, many expert players had sought to join the guild, especially when they had learned of its core member benefits. The benefits were so generous that even large guilds' upper echelons envied Blackwater's core members. However, becoming a core member in Blackwater wasn't easy. It wasn't enough to be an expert player. One also needed a list of noteworthy achievements. Moreover, Blackwater limited the number of core members the guild could have at a single time. With how many expert players Blackwater had, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become a core member. Even so, a vast number of players did everything they could to achieve that status. Now that Blackwater offered those same benefits for kill points, how could players ignore the temptation? Moreover, by doing so, Blackwater could scout for true peak experts. Even if Blackwater couldn't convince these peak experts to bear the responsibility of a core member, the guild could persuade these experts to become allies. Guild leader, should we limit our guild members' activity within the Orc Empire? Gentle Snow suggested. No. Xiaofan shook his head. We're already limited to a small area. If we reduce that further, our members in Silverwing Town won't be able to level up. Since Blackwater has already declared war against us, then we'll prepare for war as well. Post an announcement on the Orc Empire's forums, stating that Zero Wing will offer the same point system as Blackwater. But, Blackwater has too many advantages over us. Even if we establish a similar system, I'm afraid that very few people will side with us, Gentle Snow said worriedly. Relax. I have a surprise for Blackwater, Xiaofan said, smiling. Xiaofan disconnected the call as the carriage arrived before the Adventurers Association. After alighting from the carriage, he walked into the building, brimming with confidence. Chapter 1854, Promotion to a 4-star Guild. Dark Knight Empire, Light Shadow City, Dark Soul's main headquarters. Zero Wing is quite interesting. I don't know if this guild is brave or overestimates itself. It's provoked so many powers that nobody usually dares to. Not only has Lu Xinglua targeted Zero Wing now, but Blackwater also wants to exterminate the guild, Tiger Breaker said, smiling as he read the report he had just received regarding Blackwater's official declaration of war against Zero Wing. This latest move from Blackwater was particularly vicious. Not only could Blackwater's bounty destroy Zero Wing's members regardless of rank, but the guild would also be able to lure a large number of players to the Crimson Flame Fortress, earning considerable profits. In addition, it would have its pick of peak experts, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Zero Wing's foundation was sturdy, Blackwater was on an entirely different level. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's economy crumbled. Alliance Master, should we proceed with our original plan? Pathless, the Tier 2 elementalist, quietly asked from beside Tiger Breaker. Of course. We had only accepted Starlink's commission, but now that Blackwater has joined the fray, not only are we going to proceed with our plan, but we'll also increase the number of participating members, Tiger Breaker said, snorting. We suffered quite a loss at Zero Wing's hands. It's time for Zero Wing to pay back that debt tenfold. Notify every adventurer team and tell them to send their experts to the Ore Empire. I'll take command of the operation personally. We'll teach Zero Wing to fear Dark Soul. Understood. Pathless nodded slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since Dark Soul had grown famous, his and Tiger Breaker's adventurer team, the strongest in the alliance, had rarely taken action. Normally, they left the toughest commissions to the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw adventurer teams. White River City, Adventurers Association. As soon as Xiaofan entered the building, he noticed players crowding the lobby, chatting about Blackwater and its Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater is amazing. It actually captured the Crimson Flame Fortress so quickly. Exploring the Ore Empire will be much easier now. I've also heard that the Crimson Flame Fortress can teleport players to any nearby locations like Zero Wing City. We'll be able to avoid the Ore's inspection points in the Empire's inner region and reach its core area. That's right. I've heard that the Empire's core area is basically a treasure trove. It has a lot of rare ores and herbs, and the monsters in that area provide far more EXP than in the inner region. If we can get into the Ore capital city, we'll have an even greater time. I've heard that the monsters in the regional dungeon have a chance of dropping magic crystals. I've heard that as well. The Ore capital city is an extremely rare Azura mode regional dungeon. Moreover, it's a level 50 to level 100 super large-scale regional dungeon. Including the fact that it's in a neutral map, it'll offer far better loot than any regional dungeon available right now. Zero Wing is in trouble this time. Now that Blackwater has made such a vicious move, I'm afraid Zero Wing will struggle to survive in the Ore Empire. I've heard that quite a few known and top adventurer teams were doing everything they could to garrison in Silverwing Town, but those that succeeded probably regret their decisions now. When the players in the lobby spoke about the Crimson Flame Fortress, their eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. When they spoke about Zero Wing, their tone carried disappointment and pity. At this point, nobody had an optimistic view of Zero Wing's chances against Blackwater. After all, the difference between both sides was simply massive. Previously, Zero Wing had held its ground thanks to Silverwing Town, but now that Blackwater had secured the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing had lost the advantage Silverwing Town granted. News sure spreads quickly. Xiaofan revealed a bitter smile when he overheard the conversations around him. It seems Blackwater had prepared to advertise this matter, waiting for the right moment. Blackwater's successful capture of the Crimson Flame Fortress had only been announced recently, yet White River City's public was already talking about it no matter how he thought about it. This shouldn't be possible. While it wasn't unusual that the various major powers' upper echelons had learned of the situation very quickly, they had intelligence members everywhere, but the same couldn't be said for ordinary players. Most ordinary players only learned about other countries' news through other players. Normally, it took a few hours or even days before White River City's populace would learn of something happening in the Ore Empire. Yet, as soon as he had received news about the Crimson Flame Fortress from Gentle Snow, the ordinary players in the Adventurers Association were already talking about it. The information had spread too quickly. The only explanation was that Blackwater had sent some of its members to White River City to talk about the news, secretly spreading the word. However, Xiaofan did not particularly mind as he headed toward the association's second-floor hall. As Xiaofan arrived before the VIP counter on the second-floor hall, he received a call. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain. Guild leader Black Flame, I've just heard about Blackwater's declaration of war on Zero Wing. As an ally, how can I be of help? Phoenix Rain asked. Zero Wing's development had progressed well lately. Moreover, Zero Wing's naval force continued to grow stronger, assisting her on Thunder Island. This help gave her more leeway. Now that Zero Wing was in such a predicament, she had to pay back the debt she owed. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master has offered, I won't shy away. I've been informed that Blackwater has been quite close with Nine Dragons Emperor recently. I'm guessing that Nine Dragons Emperor helped the guild capture the Crimson Flame Fortress. I hope that you can help me hinder Nine Dragons Emperor as much as possible, Xiaofan said, his gratitude obvious in his voice. That won't be a problem. I'll send some people to cause him some trouble. We'll make sure that Nine Dragons Emperor has no time to assist in the Ore Empire, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. However, Blackwater and Beast Emperor are still allies. Their combined forces should not be underestimated. I can have Blue Phoenix lead a team of experts to assist you. Although they wouldn't be enough to contend with Blackwater and Beast Emperor's forces, they can deter dark players from participating. That won't be necessary. Blue Phoenix is your capable and trusted aide. She must have a lot to do, as well, Xiaofan said, chuckling. As for Blackwater, Beast Emperor, and the dark players, I have a plan to deal with them. They'll soon learn that Zero Wing shouldn't be trifled with. He knew that Phoenix Rain had her own issues right now. The struggle on Thunder Island was far more troublesome than the struggle in the Ore Empire. Every competitor on Thunder Island was a superpower with an extraordinary foundation, and a single misstep could eliminate one from the competition. If Phoenix Rain could prevent Nine Dragons Emperor from joining the fight in the Ore Empire, that would be enough. Alright. If you need extra funds, you can contact me for help at any time. Phoenix Rain was a little surprised that Xiaofan had rejected her goodwill, but it wouldn't be right to insist on sending him reinforcements. After discussing the Dark Corrosion set, Phoenix Rain disconnected the call. Big Sis Rain, how did things go with Zero Wing? Should I lead some of my men over? Blue Phoenix asked curiously. Not at the moment. It seems that Zero Wing has already prepared for this. However, since Blackwater has decided to go all out, I doubt those preparations will last very long. It's best if you are ready to head out at a moment's notice, Phoenix Rain said. I understand. Blue Phoenix nodded. She felt as if Zero Wing was being too stubborn this time. Blackwater had occupied the Iron Empire, and its development speed was ridiculously fast. Even the Great Pavilion Master was awed by Blackwater's success. Blackwater even had more experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion right now. The guild only lacked Domain Realm experts. However, while Blackwater didn't have Domain Realm experts, it had countermeasures for such monstrous players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remove the super first-rate guilds that had occupied the empire. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room of White River City's Adventurers Association. Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? An NPC senior administrator asked Xiaofan respectfully. I wish to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild. Here is the promotion order, Xiaofan said. He then retrieved the 4-star guild promotion order and placed it on the table for the senior administrator to inspect. Chapter 1855, Town Level Guild. Promotion to a 4-star guild? That won't be a problem, the NPC senior administrator said as he turned his eyes towards the purple golden token on the table. Once he saw the token, however, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he asked, Lord Protector, do you really intend to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order? Is something wrong with it? Xiaofan asked. Although he had noticed that the 4-star guild promotion order he had acquired was a different color than those he had seen in his previous life, it was a 4-star guild promotion order. He hadn't paid it much attention, assuming that the promotion order was slightly different since it had dropped from a world boss. Lord Protector, advanced 4-star guild promotion orders were produced when the Adventurers Association had first established. There are only 22 of these advanced promotion orders in existence scattered across God's Domain's continent. They are considered a trial for adventurer guilds, and the more advanced promotion orders an adventurer guild collects, the higher its status will be, enjoying greater treatment in the Adventurer Association once it becomes a 4-star guild. If an adventurer guild collects 3 advanced 4-star guild promotion orders, it will be treated as a city-state level guild. If an adventurer guild collects 7 advanced promotion orders, it'll be treated as a kingdom level guild. Currently, you already have 1 advanced promotion order. If you collect another 2, the Adventurers Association will recognize your guild as a city-state, Lord Protector. However, if you promote your guild now, you will lose the opportunity and will have to climb the ranks slowly, starting as a town-level guild. Are you sure that you want to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order now? After listening to the senior administrator's explanation, Xiaofan looked at the purple gold token on the table, a little surprised. So, the Adventurers Association has this kind of method to elevate a guild status. Xiaofan understood what the statuses the senior administrator had mentioned represented. Other guilds would only come to learn and value the information after they were promoted to 4-star status. Once guilds reached 4-star status, they'd open a path in the Adventurers Association, gaining a temporary residence in every Adventurers Association across the continent of God's Domain. From then on, members of 4-star guilds' base of operations wouldn't be limited to one or a few locations. They could expand their development across the entire continent and use the opportunity to increase the EXP and income they earned. This so-called path meant recognition from the Adventurers Association as an official guild. Official guilds would then be able to engage in adventurer guild work. However, even after becoming an official guild, guilds would receive varying benefits from the Adventurers Association. When a guild first became a 4-star guild, it would be treated as an ordinary level guild. If the guild wished to receive more support from the association, it would have to raise its status. The simplest method of doing so involved upgrading the guild status from ordinary to town level, city-state level, kingdom level, and finally, empire level. Depending on the guild's rank in the Adventurers Association, the guild would have access to different degrees of problems. At the ordinary level, guilds would be commissioned to solve civilian problems. Generally, these problems were similar to large-scale guild quests that required guilds to wipe out some demonic beasts harassing the civilian population. Only, they might reward more EXP than ordinary large-scale guild quests. After an adventurer guild reached the town level, the Adventurers Association would acknowledge the guild's ability to solve a town's problems. Normally, town-level guilds would receive commissions from town nobles, and the rewards would be much better than ordinary-level commissions. Even when a town-level guild accepted a civilian commission, the quest would reward more than what an ordinary-level guild would receive. After all, a town-level guild was much stronger than an ordinary-level guild. When a guild reached city-state level, it proved to the Adventurers Association that it was strong enough to solve issues that plagued an entire region. Commissioned city-state level guilds generally received involved crusades against the dark forces in a particular area. Normally, to rise from ordinary level to city-state level, a guild had to complete a significant number of large-scale guild quests, slowly accumulating prestige in the Adventurers Association. Large-scale guild quests only awarded 3 to 5 prestige points, but becoming a town-level guild required 700 to 1000 prestige, depending on where the guild's main headquarters was located. The number and quality of large-scale guild quests would differ depending on the size of its NPC city, so the more prosperous the city was, the more prestige a guild needed to increase its rank. "Thank you for the advice, but I have decided to go through with the promotion," Xiaofan said after giving the matter some thought. The revelation was indeed surprising. After all, just one advanced promotion order was enough to promote a guild to town level. Normally, it would take a large guild several years to achieve such a feat as for reaching the city-state levels, not many large guilds would rise so high within their lifetimes. This was because promotion to the city-state level required a guild to complete a large-scale promotion quest in addition to earning enough prestige. This promotion quest was despairingly difficult. In the past, only a small number of second-rate guilds had completed the quest, yet a guild only needed 3 advanced promotion orders to become a city-state level guild. As for kingdom level, only a small number of first-rate guilds had reached that rank in the past. However, Xiaofan didn't have the time to search for more advanced 4-star guild promotion orders. Most importantly, he didn't have a clear idea of where to obtain them. Even if he knew that world bosses dropped them, he wasn't strong enough to hunt those bosses yet. He had only slain the Flame Demon King thanks to his quest. If he tried to raid a mythic-ranked world boss, he'd only be asking for a beating. Since Lord Protector has decided, the processing fees and guild residence reconstruction fees come to a total of 60,000 gold. However, due to your status, we can offer you a discount of 10,000 gold, dropping your total to 50,000 gold, the senior administrator said after making some calculations. 50,000? Doesn't a normal promotion to 4-star status only cost 12,000 gold? Xiaofan had already begun to retrieve the money from his bag, but after hearing the total cost, he froze with shock. As you are using the advanced 4-star guild promotion order, the promotion will require more work than usual. We also have to notify the various cities' nobles and announce the officialization of the Zero Wing Guild. Hence, the procedural fees are slightly higher, the senior administrator said. How fraudulent. The senior administrator's statement rendered Xiaofan speechless. However, when he thought about how Zero Wing would instantly become a town-level guild, he considered the cost relatively low. This was basically spending money to save time. Following which, he obediently took out 50,000 gold and handed it to the NPC. While he had seen to his quest, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart had paid off the materials they had purchased, earning him another 120,000 gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford the promotion fees. Once the NPC confirmed Xiaofang's payment, a series of system notifications reached Xiaofang's ears. Chapter 1856, Shock. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming Star Moon Kingdom's first 4-star guild. Rewarding 1 set of intermediate guild defensive magic arrays, 3,000 gold in guild funds, and 50,000 guild popularity. Guild emblem upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to own a 4-star guild residence. Rewarding 100 Adventurers Association prestige and 20,000 guild popularity. Guild battle flag upgraded to bronze rank. Upon hearing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's players couldn't help but gasp. I'm not hearing things, am I? Zero Wing actually became a 4-star guild? Zero Wing is amazing. I haven't even heard of a 3-star super guild, yet Zero Wing has already been promoted to a 4-star guild. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. I've heard that joining a 3-star guild will help new players quickly become elites. The Bronze Guild emblem even increases the buffs when you're in a party with other guild members. A 3-star guild receives more high-ranked quests than a 2-star guild, too. What kind of benefits will a 4-star guild enjoy? I don't know, but the benefits are definitely going to be better. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild emblem has been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. The buffs the emblem provides will be much stronger. Maybe I should try my luck with joining Zero Wing. As expected of Zero Wing. Blackwater has just declared war on the guild, yet Zero Wing has retaliated with such power. Blackwater will likely find Zero Wing a difficult opponent. There's no doubt about that. I just received some insider information from a friend of mine. He just got his Mysterious Iron Guild emblem from the guild residence, and he says it's much stronger than before. The bronze emblem only provides 3% more HP and 1% more attack power, but the mysterious iron version provides up to 2% to all basic attributes, attack power, defense, and EXP gain. As long as 6 or more guild members are within 150 yards, players will enjoy the maximum buff. There's no need to be in the same party. Right. There's also the bronze-ranked guild battle flag. That's basically a treasure for raiding dungeons. As long as you purchase it, you can plant it in a dungeon, and all guild members within 200 yards will receive a 10% increase to all attributes for 5 minutes. After seeing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's independent players engaged in a heated discussion on the official forums. Many players had abandoned the thought of joining Zero Wing after Blackwater's declaration of war, but now that Zero Wing was a 4-star guild, it offered even better benefits. When these independent players learned about these benefits, they began to reconsider their positions. Zero Wing's new benefits were simply too tempting, especially the guild emblem. Previously, the Bronze Guild emblem had offered free teleportation between guild residences and increased attributes when in a party with other guild members. Not only did the Bronze Guild emblem save Zero Wing's members money, but it also made it easier to grind monsters. Now that the guild emblem had been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank, its effects had more than doubled. Moreover, the guild now had access to the Bronze Guild battle flag. With the battle flag's help, Zero Wing's members would have a much easier time with dungeon bosses. After all, not every player in the game had the opportunity to learn a berserk skill. Meanwhile, the guild battle flag's buff was akin to a mini berserk skill for the entire team. Meanwhile, the various major powers soon learned of Zero Wing's latest promotion. So, this is what Black Flame was talking about. Phoenix Rain could not help but shake her head and smile as she read the latest report regarding Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing hasn't changed. It is always full of surprises. Big Sis Rain, I wish I could see the expressions of Blackwater and Nine Dragons Emperor's people when they hear about this, Blue Phoenix said, giggling. Even she was tempted by the benefits a 4-star guild enjoyed, not to mention independent players. She could already imagine the massive crowd that would form outside of Zero Wing's guild residences. Zero Wing would definitely increase its strength in a short time. Moreover, with the Mysterious Iron Guild emblem and Bronze Guild battle flag, she could already foresee Zero Wing's members improving significantly in a short time. After all, both items would drastically reduce the difficulty of raiding team dungeons. Players that had struggled to increase their attributes could now raid these dungeons, acquiring better weapons and equipment. These players could then use these weapons and equipment to raid team dungeons of greater difficulty and acquire even better items, creating an endless cycle. Black Flame's latest trump card is certainly impressive. With the benefits of a 4-star guild hastening its development, Zero Wing has a chance in a war of attrition against Blackwater in the Orc Empire. As more time passes, Zero Wing will also be able to include more members in the fight. On the other hand, Blackwater severely lacks manpower, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She hadn't actually thought that Xiaofan was capable of such a move. It was no wonder why the man had rejected her offer for reinforcements. Orc Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. After the Crimson Flame Fortress had opened to the public, a large number of players had gathered there, seeking the Orc capital city's treasures. The fortress's player population was even more frightening than Silverwing Town's. However, while the town was quite lively, the meeting room in the castle was not. Vice Guild Leader, according to our investigation, many experts from the neighboring kingdoms have begun to consider visiting Star Moon Kingdom to join Zero Wing due to its promotion to a 4-star guild, Falling Fire said, reading the report in his hands with a grim expression. All 20-plus guild upper echelons inside the meeting room were deathly silent as they looked at the woman in the seat of honor. The woman had long, light red hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore a suit of sacred crimson armor. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 and radiated a majestic charm. However, when everyone present looked at this charming beauty, fear and cowardice overwhelmed them, clear on their faces. Even Falling Fire, who was responsible for Blackwater's forces in the Orc Empire, only engaged this woman with trepidation. Their reaction was not because she was a level 57, Tier 2 shield warrior. Rather, it was due to her identity as one of Blackwater's vice guild leaders and her title as the Iron Valkyrie, granted by the Secret Pavilion. Wuxia. Despite her age, Wuxia had become a master-level expert in the Blackwater Corporation's dojo. She was also one of the corporation's heirs. After joining God's domain, she had displayed monstrous talent. First, she had defeated over 50 experts on the God's domain experts list. Then, she had challenged several old monsters from the various super guilds before leading Blackwater's forces to dominate the Iron Empire, relying on her vicious tactics until she secured the guild's position as the Empire's overlord. Now, to secure Blackwater's hold of the Orc Empire, she had arrived to oversee the guild's development personally. She was also responsible for the plan to target Zero Wing. Good. Then, can anyone here tell me why we only learned about Zero Wing's promotion after the fact? Wuxia asked softly as she swept her gaze over the people before her. Chapter 1857, Airport. The atmosphere inside the quiet meeting room became even tenser at Wuxia's question. After the silence continued for some time, a young man, who was a level 56, Tier 2 assassin, stood up. Vice Guild Leader, my subordinates did not do their job properly and failed to notice Zero Wing's actions in time. Afterward, I'll have them transferred. No, I'll send them packing right away, the assassin youth said nervously. Blackwater has no need for incompetent people. When everyone present heard the intelligence team leader's decision, they did not express any opinions about it, neither did they feel surprised by it. After all, the vice guild leader before them was extremely vicious in her actions. Moreover, her viciousness wasn't limited to her enemies but extended to her allies as well. Wuxia did not tolerate mistakes from her subordinates. A subordinate that slipped up would incur terrifying consequences. Not to mention, Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild was a huge incident, yet the intelligence team spying on Zero Wing had actually failed to get any hint of it. Well said. Wuxia smiled, clapping her hands as she walked up to the assassin youth. In that case, you can also get lost now. Following Wuxia's words, everyone in the room received a notification that the assassin youth had been expelled from the guild and was no longer a member of Blackwater. Vice Guild Leader. When the assassin youth saw the expulsion notice, he turned to Wuxia in shock. He had never thought that she would actually remove a managerial figure like himself just like that. Just as the assassin youth was about to say something more, Wuxia suddenly unsheathed the sword hanging from her waist and sent a dark purple arc cutting at him. Before the assassin youth could even react, his vision started darkening. A moment later, the assassin youth's body collapsed to the ground, and multiple weapons and equipment dropped beside his body. After the assassin youth died, his corpse slowly disintegrated, transforming into dark purple smoke. The smoke then flowed into Wuxia's sword. Everyone inside the room could faintly hear agonizing screams coming from the purple smoke. Suddenly, fear permeated the entire room. Everyone present looked at Wuxia with a dumbfounded expression. The assassin youth, named Grey Blade, was the vice commander of the Orc Empire Branch Guild's main force. At the same time, he was the head of the Branch Guild's intelligence department. Despite his high position, Wuxia had actually expelled him after just a few words. She had even killed Grey Blade without hesitation. This situation evoked an unprecedented fear in everyone. They could tell that Grey Blade had not died an ordinary death. Otherwise, the assassin youth wouldn't have dropped over half of the weapons and equipment he wielded and let loose such soul-piercing cries. He also definitely did not lose just one level. Once Grey Blade resurrected, his account would most likely be crippled. After Wuxia sheathed the glowing purple sword she wielded, no one inside the meeting room dared to look at her in the eye. Everyone simply lowered their heads and fixed their eyes on the floor, deeply afraid of becoming the next Grey Blade. Snow Scar, you'll take over his job from now on. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? Wuxia said as she looked toward a cloaked and thin level 56, Tier 2 berserker standing by the entrance of the room. Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured. The Heavenly Eagle Legion I lead definitely will not disappoint you, the berserker addressed as Snow Scar said respectfully as he lowered the hood of his black cloak. Upon hearing the name, Snow Scar, everyone present turned automatically to look at the berserker. When they saw the man's appearance, they could not help but gape in shock. Snow Scar? Isn't he the #1 berserker of the super first-rate guild Puzzled Star? Falling Fire was also surprised when he saw Snow Scar. Everyone present was no stranger to this name. Puzzled Star was a super first-rate guild that had contended against Blackwater over the Iron Empire. Meanwhile, among Puzzled Star's forces, the berserker named Snow Scar had given Blackwater plenty of headaches. Yet, now, Snow Scar had actually joined Blackwater. Moreover, he had even become one of Wuxia's direct subordinates. This revelation was simply too shocking. Since Zero Wing plans on using the benefits of a 4-star guild to fight a war of attrition with us, let's play along with them, Wuxia said as she eyed the map of the Ore Empire displayed at the center of the meeting table. When she looked at the terrain around Silverwing City, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The Iron Empire has become very boring lately, now that no more enemies remain there. Hopefully, Zero Wing can bring me some entertainment. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild residence in White River City had gotten upgraded into a 4-star residence. The new guild residence was much more majestic than before. The guild hall was now a massive 9-story tall building. Not only were there more private rooms available, but even the first-floor lobby had undergone significant changes. Now, aside from the counter that issued high-ranking quests, there was also a counter operated by the Adventurers Association inside the lobby. This counter allowed players to pick up high-ranking quests that were normally out of reach. Meanwhile, these quests could help Tier 2 players not only quickly raise their reputation in the Adventurers Association but also acquire tons of EXP and remuneration. Guild Leader, thus far, the number of applicants for the guild test has increased by 50%. Many of our guild's experts have also started forming teams with elite members to raid level 50 team dungeons. I believe it won't be long before our guild elites have level 50 secret silver equipment as well, Aqua Rose reported excitedly. Then, we'll be able to dispatch large numbers of well-equipped elite and expert members to Silverwing Town and show Blackwater and those dark players who's boss. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50, due to the sharp decrease in drop rate for level 50 weapons and equipment, players weren't particularly well-equipped right now. Let alone elite players, even level 50+ expert players currently had only a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment on them. Excellent. Since so many people in the guild wish to raid level 50 team dungeons, let them prioritize raiding these team dungeons, Xiaofan said as he pointed out a few level 50 team dungeons in Star Moon Kingdom. Although these team dungeons did not drop the best weapons, equipment, and materials, they were sources of fire essence stones, ice crystal water, and Titan Oregon. These 3 materials were extremely rare and were very difficult to acquire from the market. However, they were also the main materials necessary for the Hell Tank. Currently, due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild's fame had skyrocketed, and the guild's growth potential had risen considerably. As a result of this change, however, the guild had also earned the attention of many superpowers. Originally, he had planned on directly taking control of the secret stone fortress. However, if he did so now, the consequences would be extremely severe. The various superpowers coveting the fortress would definitely go crazy over the matter. Hence, what he needed to do right now wasn't to take control of the secret stone fortress but to boost the guild's combat power. Meanwhile, the simplest way to do so was to expand the guild's arsenal of war weapons. Currently, he had 2 new war weapons he could make. One was the Guardian Puppet, while the other was the Hell Tank. He had just acquired the Philosopher's Hand, and it would take Melancholic Smile some time to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players into masters would also take quite a lot of time. The production of the Guardian Puppet required too many masters. It simply wasn't feasible to nurture the necessary masters within the amount of time remaining to take control of the secret stone fortress. Hence, the only option he had left was the Hell Tank. With sufficient Hell Tanks, although these wouldn't allow Zero Wings members to roam the Ore Empire uncontested, defending the secret stone fortress should not be a problem. I understand. I'll have our guild members focus on raiding these dungeons, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She then started making the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, after Xiaofan was done assigning tasks, he went to White River City's teleportation hall and teleported to Starmoon City, then headed to the capital's city hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? An NPC senior administrator greeted Xiaofan as soon as he entered the building. Hello, I wish to construct an airport linked to Starmoon City in Silverwing Town. Here is my airport's construction certificate, Xiaofan replied as he retrieved an ancient parchment from his bag. Chapter 1858, Medium Airship. After the senior administrator verified the airport building order's authenticity, he presented a list of airport designs for Xiaofan to choose from. Unlike other advanced constructions, players only needed an airport building order to construct an airport. The airport size would depend on the player's budget. Players had 3 sizes to choose from: small, medium, and large. The larger an airport was, the more airship docks it would have. Moreover, the system would allocate higher quality airships. How expensive? As Xiaofan examined the various airports' prices, he felt like a poor bastard. The cheapest airport on the list the senior administrator had provided cost 50,000 gold to construct, whereas the most expensive small airport cost 150,000 gold. Needless to say, the medium and large airports cost even more. Although he had known the minimum price for constructing a small airport, he hadn't expected such a large price disparity between the cheapest and most expensive small airports available. Of course, the most expensive small airport was worth every coin. The 50,000 gold airport looked shabby next to the 150,000 gold option. The 50,000 gold airport only had 4 small docks, which were only available to ordinary small airships. The 150,000 gold option had 6 small docks, and all 6 housed small bronze airships. Not only were small bronze airships 30% faster than ordinary small airships, but their load capacity was also 50% higher. The profits a small bronze airship could generate was more than double that of an ordinary small airship. However, after deducting the promotion fees he had paid earlier, he only had a little over 90,000 gold on hand. It was obviously not possible to construct the best small airport available right now. Moreover, if he wished to become the Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager, he needed to fork over another 60,000 gold. He still had 2 days left before he had to pay the 60,000 gold for the Secret Stone Fortress. Although he could earn a lot of money through the guild's territories and selling the rare materials from the Ice Crystal world, he should have barely enough money for the cheapest airport and the required fees for the Secret Stone Fortress with the total profits. It seems I have no choice but to go with the cheapest option for now and rebuild a better one once I have the money to do so. Xiaofan could not help his sigh as he read the list. As long as players qualified to build an airport in a town, they could build whatever kind of airport they wished. However, once an airport had been constructed, it couldn't be upgraded. If players weren't satisfied with their small airport and wanted to construct a medium airport, they'd have to remove the current construction and build the desired airport from scratch. In other words, players would have to pay the full price for a medium airport, rather than the price difference. This was why even super guilds didn't dare to expand their airports casually. Lord Protector, as you are the first heaven-blessed individual in Star Moon Kingdom to construct an airport, we have 2 additional small airport models and 1 medium airport model we can offer. May I know if you are interested in seeing them? The senior administrator asked, smiling at Xiaofan, who was deep in thought. Let me take a look. Xiaofan's eyes glowed with interest when he heard the NPC's offer. This additional recommendation was the equivalent of a bonus reward. Naturally, he wouldn't ignore the potential opportunity. The senior administrator then retrieved a second list, handing it to Xiaofan. Although the list only had 1 page, listing only 3 airport variations, descriptions covered the page. Only a fraction of the descriptions included simple introductions, while rules and regulations took up the majority of the page. Model 024, Small Airport. Price, 150,000 gold. Has 5 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan, down payment of 60,000 gold and pay an additional 200,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Model 039, Small Airport. Price, 180,000 gold. Has 6 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan, down payment of 80,000 gold and pay an additional 240,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Xiaofan couldn't ignore the temptation of these 2 models. Not only could he pay in installments, but the small airports even had a medium dock and a medium bronze airship. Normally, this benefit was only included with medium airports. A medium airship wasn't just larger than a small airship, it also allowed NPC merchants to transport large and special cargo that small airships couldn't handle. As for the medium airport the NPC recommended, Xiaofan had instinctively ignored it. 500,000 gold was more than enough of a reason to pass the option by. Lord Protector, are you satisfied with the airports listed? The senior administrator asked. If you cannot decide or lack sufficient funds, we can reserve these 3 options for you for 3 days. No need. I'll go with Model 024, Xiaofan said without hesitation. He definitely couldn't afford the medium airport, even if he bankrupted himself. As for Model 039, he would have chosen it if he could have. After all, it only cost an additional 30,000 gold, or a total of 60,000 if he chose the installment plan, for an additional small dock and small bronze airship. However, if he paid the 80,000 down payment, he would have a very difficult time collecting the 60,000 gold required to claim the secret stone fortress. Hence, he had chosen Model 024. Although paying the remaining 200,000 gold within 1 month would be a little troublesome, with Zero Wing's current development rate, it wasn't entirely impossible. Moreover, with an additional medium dock and medium bronze airship, his airport would likely generate enough income to cover a significant portion of his debt. Furthermore, the airport's construction would increase the income from Silverwing Town's other facilities. Lord Protector, the Model 024 you have chosen comes to 150,000 gold. Would you like to issue a one-time payment or pay in installments? The senior administrator asked respectfully. I'll pay in installments, Xiaofan said. He then retrieved 60,000 gold from his bag, leaving him with just a little over 30,000 gold. All right. Once the senior administrator confirmed the payment, he explained, I have received the 60,000 gold. I will soon send people to Silverwing Town to start the construction. The airport will take 2 natural days to complete. If you wish it, you can reduce the construction time to 1 natural day by paying an additional 6,000 gold. Just build it normally, Xiaofan replied. Building an airport required a lot of time, which he knew. That was also why he had chosen to construct the airport now. If he completed the airport a day before schedule, it would do more harm than good. Once Xiaofan finished with the airport selection, he returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. He had to set aside his original plan of helping Cola and Alluring Summer level up, sending the 2 to Beslow Hills, a neutral map near Star Moon Kingdom, once they had formed a 6-man party instead. The Beslow Hills was a level 70 neutral map and home to the undead. Although the monsters there were roughly as strong as the monsters in the Flame Demon's Valley, the party would face far less danger than in the valley. Moreover, undead generally had below average HP. With Cola's current equipment, he'd be able to resist the undead army in the area. His 5 party members would simply need to consume holy light potions, converting their attacks into light type. Light type attacks dealt double damage to undead, which would significantly increase the party's grinding speed. Many of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds had used this method to power level new, low-level members in the past. The only downside to this was that undead monsters were very poor. Even after killing an army of several hundred undead, one wouldn't earn enough money to cover the cost of a single holy light potion. After making the necessary arrangements for Cola and Alluring Summer's leveling, Xiaofan returned to his special forging room in the candlelight trading firm. He then took the subclass dark gold design from his bag. Anticipation flashed in Xiaofan's eyes as he gazed at the blank parchment before him. He then pulled the Hell Tank designal from his bag. The Hell Tank required multiple subclasses to craft its various components. The Forger subclass was only one of them. Among the parts the Forger subclass had to craft, the most important were the power source and the sturdy, outer shell. As an intermediate tank, both were fine gold rank. If he could upgrade one of them to dark gold rank, it would definitely improve the overall Hell Tank. With his current forging standards, modifying the Hell Tank's power source or outer shell would be impossible. Not even an advanced master forger was guaranteed to accomplish the task. However, the subclass dark gold design before him could forcefully modify and upgrade a low-rank design to dark gold rank, making the impossible possible. Of course, he had never actually heard of anyone achieving the feat, so he wasn't sure if it was possible, but if he succeeded, the Hell Tank would become far more powerful. Improving the outer shell will only increase the tank's defense and durability, but the tank's offensive abilities are more important. Let's go with the power source. After examining the Hell Tank design before him for some time, Xiaofan decided to upgrade the tank's power source. Xiaofan activated the subclass dark gold design and designated the Hell Tank's power source design as the target. A loading bar then appeared as the system analyzed and modified the design. Please succeed. Xiaofan silently prayed as he watched the loading bar slowly fill. TL notes. Hell Tank, changed Hell Chariot, from Chapter 1771, Hell Tank. Chapter 1859, Improved Power Source. As the light blue loading bar filled, the analysis began to take more time to complete. Once the analysis reached 90% completion, each subsequent percentage took over a dozen seconds. Don't tell me it's going to fail? Xiaofan couldn't help his growing nerves as he watched the loading bar. Blank subclass designs generally had a 100% modification success rate, but as far as he knew, no one had ever tried to modify parts of a design. The subclass design was a one-time use item, vanishing regardless of whether the modification succeeded or not. Nobody would take the risk of losing an opportunity to upgrade their subclass to the next rank. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the modification finished. And Xiaofan heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have modified the Hell Tank's power source and acquired the Dark Gold ranked Hell Tank power source design. System, congratulations. You have created the Dark Gold ranked Hell Tank power source design. Wonderful. Xiaofan was ecstatic as he watched words and diagrams appear on the blank parchment before him. Now that he had created a new Dark Gold item, he only needed to accumulate 100,000 forging proficiency points to become an intermediate master forger. Following which, Xiaofan eagerly clicked to inspect the Dark Gold power source design. The upgrade would improve the power source's transfer of energy throughout the Hell Tank. Not only would this increase the Hell Tank's movement speed, but it would also increase the power of the tank's cannons. Amazing! It's so much stronger after the modification. Xiaofan was astonished as he inspected the upgraded power source. At the fine gold rank, the power source could supply anywhere from 200 to 300 units of energy per second. This energy would power the Hell Tank's movement, defenses, and attacks. After its upgrade to Dark Gold rank, the power source could generate between 320 and 400 units of energy per second. In terms of performance, the power source had improved by more than 30%. Moreover, the new power source's energy output was far more stable. Now, the Hell Tank's Dark Gold power source could rival the power source of an advanced tank. Although advanced tanks' power sources were also Dark Gold rank, they required far more precious materials to construct. The required materials for the Hell Tank's modified power source, on the other hand, hadn't changed. Only, the design now required a higher quantity of materials. The fact that it could rival an advanced tank's power source was amazing. The various empires commanded advanced tanks to combat mythic monsters. These war weapons weren't available to players. Guild leader, I've already collected all the materials you've requested in Blackwing City. Abyss and the others have also returned from Ocean Viewing Town. Melancholic Smile reported joyfully as she entered Xiaofan's forging room. Should I bring them to you? Send them here, Xiaofan said, nodding. Now that he had completed the modifications, he could start the Hell Tank's production. With Titan City in Burning Abyss's tutelage, the Candlelight trading firm had gained 2 more master engineers, bringing the total to 3, the minimum required to craft the Hell Tank. Although Xiaofan wasn't an intermediate master forger yet, with the Philosopher's hand, he could perform like one. In addition, he had a much higher success rate when forging the power source than ordinary intermediate master forgers since he had created the upgraded power source. A short moment later, Burning Abyss and the 2 other master engineers stepped into Xiaofan's special forging room. Despite these 3 players' status as master engineers, they still looked at Xiaofan with nervous and excited energy. Anywhere else, even a first-rate guild's guild leader would have to treat them with respect due to their identities as master engineers. However, as employees of the Candlelight trading firm, they knew their place in the trading firm. Master lifestyle players might be good, but they were not irreplaceable. With the Candlelight trading firm's strength, it would have no issues nurturing more masters in the future. They were proof of this. Guild leader, do you need us for something? Burning Abyss asked. I've asked you here today to help me produce an item. However, before we do, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement, Xiaofan told Burning Abyss's group of 3. If any of you don't wish to do so, I won't force you. I'll just find someone else to replace you later. If there are no problems, the contracts are on the table. Burning Abyss and his companions revealed confused expressions. Before they had become master engineers, they had signed Candlelight's core member contract, which was already quite strict. Logically, there should be no need to sign an additional confidentiality agreement. Although these 3 were curious, they didn't hesitate to sign the new contract Xiaofan had presented. Good. Since you've signed the contract, take a look at this, Xiaofan said as he revealed the Hell Chariot design to the 3 master engineers. If you don't have any issues with it, you may begin production right away. When the three master engineers saw the design, they were dazed. Amazing! This is an intermediate tank. Burning Abyss's eyes glowed with excitement as Head read the Hell Tank's introduction. The other two master engineers couldn't tear themselves away from the design after seeing it, and they wanted nothing more than to test their skills on the Hell Tank's production. Although they had learned a lot while producing speedboats, the knowledge they had gained was a drop in the ocean compared to what they would learn as they crafted this intermediate tank. If they grasped the Hell Tank's production method, it could even help promote them to intermediate masters. Guild leader, we don't have any problems with the engineering aspects of this design, but some of its components will require an intermediate master forger, Burning Abyss said awkwardly. Don't worry about that. I'll send the components to you soon, Xiaofan said. Xiaofang's decisive, confident reply stunned the three engineers. Has the guild leader already been promoted to intermediate master forger? This thought popped into the master engineers' minds. They couldn't think of any other explanation for how Xiaofan would acquire the required components. An intermediate master. They had only become basic masters after a long struggle, and even now, they had no idea how to become intermediate masters. They didn't even know if they could reach the intermediate master rank, yet Xiaofan had just hinted that he had already become one. Alright, you guys should get to work on the basic components. I'll have the forging components sent over soon. Naturally, Xiaofan knew what these three were thinking, but he didn't bother to refute their assumptions. Although he wasn't an official intermediate master, he wasn't far from becoming one. After all, he only lacked sufficient proficiency points. He could easily deal with that by investing time into forging items. Following which, Burning Abyss and the others went to another special workshop and started to craft the necessary basic components. As for Xiaofan, he activated the Philosopher's Hand's Philosopher's Soul. He then began to refine the Titan ore and the various other materials Melancholic Smile had delivered. After 8 straight hours of work, Xiaofan had finally crafted all of the Hell Tank's forged components. Although he had failed multiple times and wasted a lot of materials, the losses were within his expectations. Burning Abyss and his engineers had long since completed their part, and once they received the forged components, the trio carefully began to piece it all together. As Xiaofan watched the three master engineers combine the individual components and transform them into a full-fledged tank, he could not help his growing excitement. The Hell Tank was crimson and 4 times the size of a tank in the real world. The Hell Tank took up nearly half of the special forming room like some gigantic, slumbering beast. Guild leader. It's a success. We combined all of the components successfully. Burning Abyss shouted in elation as he inserted the final piece and received a notification from the system. Chapter I-860, New Hell Tank. Burning Abyss's joyful voice echoed inside the spacious and messy special workshop. When the other two master engineers saw the cold, pitch-black Hell Tank before them, they, too, could not help but become excited. As the makers of the Hell Tank, they knew very clearly just how amazing it was. The Hell Tank's armor was made from Titan ore, an incomparably tough material that was basically indestructible to current players. If players couldn't damage the Hell Tank's armor, then they wouldn't be able to reduce its durability, either. With the frightening mana output of the Hell Tank's power source, the tank would be capable of rolling over any Tier 3 monsters in its path. As for Tier 2 players, they were no different from powerless children before the Hell Tank. The destructive power of the Hell Tank's body itself was already plenty troublesome to players, what more the firepower the Hell Tank possessed. When they thought about fielding the Hell Tank in combat in the future, they could easily imagine the Hell Tank's destructive power instilling fear into their enemies. They really wished they could put the Hell Tank to use right away. Excellent. Xiaofan also could not help a little excitement as he looked at the completed Hell Tank. Burning Abyss and the other two only understood that the Hell Tank was a very powerful weapon. However, They failed to appreciate what an intermediate tank represented, never having witnessed how frightening an existence an intermediate tank was when used against players out in the fields. Even a 100-man, Tier 2 expert team would be helpless against a fully armed intermediate tank. There would only be one outcome: death. The powerful armor of an intermediate tank was not something that Tier 2 skills and spells could destroy. Only Tier 3 attacks stood a chance of damaging an intermediate tank slightly. Hence, for Tier 2 players, going up against an intermediate tank would be akin to raiding an invincible monster. However, the immunity to Tier 2 attacks and below still wasn't the most amazing aspect of an intermediate tank. The crucial detail about an intermediate tank was its speed and power. If one had an intermediate tank, one could basically move unhindered, so long as one did not come across Tier 3 or above players and monsters or players that wielded war weapons. After verifying that the production was a success, Xiaofan arrived before the Hell tank and stored it inside his epic ranked spatial bag. This scene stupefied Burning Abyss and his fellow master engineers. The Hell tank wasn't an item that could be stored whole in a player's bag space. If players wished to store it there, they would have to disassemble it first into smaller parts because not only did the Hell tank occupy too many bag space slots, but its weight was also extraordinary. Normally, several players would be required to lug it around. Currently, even the most expensive 1,000-slot bag sold on the market could hold only 1/10 of the Hell tank. If one wanted to store the entire Hell tank in a single bag, said bag would need a capacity of 10,000 slots. However, this was still not the most crucial point. The deciding factor was the weight. Carrying a Hell tank required at least 5 strength-focused Tier 2 players. Nevertheless, Xiaofan had actually stored the entire Hell tank all by himself. What Burning Abyss and the other two did not know was that epic ranked spatial bags existed in God's domain. Take Xiaofan's spatial bag for example. Not only could it store 12,000 slots worth of items, but it also had a built-in warehouse that allowed the storage of non-bag space items. In addition, items stored inside the spatial bag wouldn't add to the load of players. Hence, Xiaofan was able to store the Hell tank without problems. After collecting the Hell tank, Xiaofan had to inspect its attributes. As the Hell tank was a war weapon, its attribute panel could not be inspected while it was present in the outside world. At most, one would see only its name when inspecting it. Only after storing it in a bag space could one inspect it. Hell tank, intermediate tank equipped with a dark gold rank power source. Maximum capacity, 20 people increases movement speed by 210%. Possesses upper rank Tier 2 defensive capabilities. Durability 400 additional skill 1-. Magic shield, constructs a Tier 3 magic barrier that can absorb up to a maximum of 3 million damage for 24 minutes. Each use costs 18 magic crystals. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional skill 2-. Hell cannon, 1,700 yard range. Deals a devastating blow at the Tier 3 standard to a 35-yard radius. Each use costs 90 magic crystals. Cooldown, 14 seconds additional skill 3-. Flame spears, creates 14 flame spears. Each flame spear carries power at the peak of Tier 2 and has a 150-yard attack range. Cooldown, 7 seconds. It's improved by so much? Xiaofan hid his astonishment as he looked at the attributes of the Hell tank. The original Hell tank was already top tier among intermediate tanks. However, upgrading its power source to dark gold rank had improved it significantly in every aspect. Not only did the higher mana output bring a 30% increase to its movement speed, but it also amplified the magic runes carved on the Hell tank's armor, boosting the Hell tank's defensive capabilities from Tier 2 to upper rank Tier 2. With this, even Tier 3 attacks would barely damage the Hell tank. Aside from that, the upgraded power source had also strengthened the Hell tank's firepower slightly and reduced its energy consumption somewhat. Overall, the Hell tank's combat power had improved by at least 40%. Although it still wasn't comparable to an advanced tank, it also far superior to an ordinary intermediate tank. Guild leader, now that we've completed the first Hell tank, may we start production on the second one? Burning Abyss asked carefully as he looked at the silent Xiaofan. He was already captivated with the Hell tank at this point. The engineering techniques involved in the Hell tank's production were superior to the production techniques for the ships he had made thus far. One could say that tanks were his current romance. Right now, all he wanted to do was mass-produce the Hell tank and research the theories behind its production so that he could create his own tank in the future. However, the materials required to produce the Hell tank were simply too staggering. Just the engineering materials needed were already extremely difficult to acquire, not to mention the forging materials. Without permission from the guild, the Hell tank was not something he could produce as he wished. Of course. Currently, what you all need to do is produce the Hell tank's engineering components from the materials on hand. If you run out, you can ask Melancholic for some more. I'll also try to have the forging components delivered to you as soon as possible, Xiaofan replied, nodding. After seeing the Hell tank's strength, he was even more certain of its necessity. Although Melancholic's Smile had collected barely enough materials for 3 or 4 Hell tanks, which would be hardly sufficient to accomplish anything major, he had already mobilized the entire guild's power to collect the necessary main materials. It wouldn't be long before they acquired more Titan Oregon. Upon hearing Xiaofang's command, the 3 master engineers grew even more excited. Without hesitation, they rushed back to their respective workstations and resumed producing the engineering components. As for Xiaofan, he returned to his special forging room and crafted the forging components. He wanted to fabricate as many Hell tanks as possible before the airport's completion. Like so, 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zero Wings members were continuously raiding the dungeons Xiaofan specified and collected a large amount of Titan Oregon, including the other rare materials Melancholic Smile sourced from other kingdoms and empires, which were integral to the Hell tank's production. Xiaofan and the others had managed to build 5 more Hell tanks. Now, a total of 6 Hell tanks were sitting inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's underground warehouse. Looking at the 6 Hell tanks, Xiaofan found them to be a spectacle to behold. Xiaofang's forging proficiency had also increased rapidly during this period. Including the proficiency points the system awarded him before, he had over 70,000 forging proficiency points accumulated. He now needed just a little over 20,000 points to officially reach the intermediate master rank. As Xiaofan was considering producing the components for the 7th Hell tank, he suddenly received a system notification. System, the construction of Silverwing Town's airport is completed. Please check and ratify the construction work. Chapter 1861, Airport Opening Time's Up Already? After reading the system notification, Xiaofan promptly stopped his work, contacted Cream Cocoa, and instructed her to take his place. He had worked constantly over the past 2 days to produce the Hell tank. He had also used the Philosopher's Hand to help Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile forge the Hell tank's components. After all, he was Zero Wings guild leader. He didn't have a lot of spare time to commit to the Hell tank. Now that the 2 women had become basic master forgers, the Philosopher's Hand could help them perform as intermediate master forgers, as well. As the 2 women forged more components, their forging standards improved. Likewise, their production success rate increased. Although they weren't nearly as skilled as Xiaofan when crafting the Hell tank's upgraded power source, their success range was tolerable. With this, Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa could work on the Hell tank's forged components as long as they had materials even if he wasn't around. When Hell tanks were used on a battlefield, they weren't very effective unless an army had a certain number of them. However, once they had a sufficient force, players wouldn't be able to compare to their destructive power. Hence, production of the Hell tanks must continue without pause. Moreover, once she used and familiarized herself with the Philosopher's hand, Melancholic Smile could use the alchemy treasure effectively to nurture Candlelight's advanced lifestyle players. With it, she could gauge which players would quickly reach master rank. This, in turn, would increase Candlelight's strength far more quickly. After passing his work off to Cream Cocoa, Xiaofan used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Silverwing Town. Or Empire, Silverwing Town. As Xiaofan walked through the streets, he could see that the town's player population had significantly decreased. The previously crowded main street alone had lost over half of its players. A strange depression had descended on the town. It was nowhere near as lively as it had been. Sure enough, the Crimson Flame Fortress's allure to elite and expert players is quite strong. With a glance at the streets, Xiaofan noticed that the majority of these players were ordinary players. Very few were elites or experts. The Crimson Flame Fortress definitely couldn't compete with Silverwing Town in terms of facilities, but it could teleport players to various locations near the Ore capital city while evading the Ore Army's strict patrol. It was a fatal attraction for elite and expert players since this allowed them to reach the Azura mode regional dungeon with far more ease. In contrast, although Silverwing Town was very close to the primordial divine ruin, a limited number of players were allowed to enter the ruin at any one time. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers monopolized the entry slots. Independent players had no chance of entering the ruin. It was natural that these players wanted to head towards the Ore capital city in search of treasure and EXP. After all, every player wanted to grow stronger and get rich overnight. The Ore capital city provided a golden opportunity. Even if players failed to find amazing treasure, they could acquire enough magic crystals in the regional dungeon to earn a small fortune, selling them to the various large guilds in bulk. Although the various team dungeons had a chance of dropping magic crystals, they didn't drop many, and the drop rate was painfully low. In contrast, even the Ore capital city's level 50+ Lord-ranked monsters had a considerably high drop rate. And these Lord-ranked monsters were common in the regional dungeon. Damn the Blackwater Guild. They've gone too far. We're not even Zero Wing members. We are just here for a few Silverwing Town transportation quests, yet they treat us like Zero Wing members, annihilating our team without a second thought. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Blackwater's members and the Dark players have stated that from tomorrow on, any player that wants to complete a transportation quest in Silverwing Town will have to pay a protection fee. Otherwise, they won't guarantee our safety during our quest. Surviving in Silverwing Town had become too difficult. I'm thinking of heading to the Ore capital city and be done with it. This is Zero Wing's territory. Isn't the guild going to do anything about this? Does Zero Wing even have the leeway to? Right now, Zero Wing's teams are constantly fighting Blackwater's members and the Dark players. There have already been several hundred skirmishes within Silverwing Town's vicinity. However, Blackwater is simply too ruthless. It used its point system to attract large numbers of elite and expert players to fight for it. Now, Blackwater's forces outnumber Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing just doesn't have enough manpower to protect every corner of its territory. I've heard that Zero Wing has suffered more than 20,000 casualties already. Where would Zero Wing find the time and manpower to deal with the highway robberies? I've also heard that Aqua Rose personally led an expert legion to stop Blackwater's members in order to protect its territory. In the end, nearly half of Zero Wing's main force members and more than 2,000 Zero Wing experts died in that battle. Meanwhile, Blackwater lost a little over 2,000 experts and 3,000 elites. In the end, as Blackwater had too many people, and since bounty hunters had begun to join the fight, Aqua Rose's legion was forced to retreat. Now, Zero Wing has limited its movement around the town. It seems Silverwing Town isn't hospitable anymore. Let's just try our luck in the ore capital city. Hearing the players leisurely chat on the street, some of the nearby independent players couldn't help their deep sigh. Silverwing Town wasn't declining because its facilities had fallen behind the times, but because of Blackwater's ruthlessness. The guild gave independent players no hope of making a living in Silverwing Town. They're targeting the town's independent players now? Xiaofan was surprised as he overheard the conversations. Has Blackwater's leader in the Ore Empire been replaced? Guilds rarely involved independent players when they fought each other in God's domain. Not only was the act morally bankrupt, but it would also leave a bad impression of the guild. Most importantly, it would turn independent players against the guild. Yet, Blackwater ignored these consequences and attacked independent players. It had even gone as far as to charge protection fees. The vicious methods the guild employed wasn't typical of Blackwater's previous pattern. Previously, Blackwater had operated arrogantly. Although it had tried to use overwhelming power to force its opponents to submit, the guild had only pointed its blade at its enemies. The guild hadn't involved bystanders. However, Xiaofan didn't give the matter much thought as he made his way towards the new airport. Regardless of what Blackwater actions, there was one thing he could be sure of: the guild was his enemy. Although Blackwater's new tactics were unexpected, now that the airport was complete, he could begin to take action. Very quickly, Xiaofan arrived in the town's eastern outer area. Since this area didn't have any particularly important buildings, very few players normally visited this side of town. Since Silverwing Town had deteriorated, even fewer people wandered this way. However, the gigantic magic barrier that enveloped the airport was extremely eye-catching, so a few passing players had stopped to examine the massive barrier. Recently, over a dozen level 100 NPC guards had gathered at the mountain-like barrier's entrance, attracting even more attention. Lord Protector, I am the guard team's Knight Captain Fleisch. I will be responsible for guiding you once we're inside. Fleisch, a Tier 3 Knight Captain, respectfully introduced himself as Xiaofan arrived. I'll have to trouble you, then, Xiaofan said, nodding, as he followed Fleisch into the magic barrier. The moment he entered the magic barrier, a luxurious, spacious airport appeared before his eyes. Icy cold, metallic airships, radiating a manufactured aura, filled the airport, which could practically rival the medium airports he remembered from his previous life. The only difference was the airport size; it was just a little smaller. Lord Protector, this is a special model small airport. It has a total of 5 small docks and 1 medium dock. Each dock comes with its own airship. The airport's operation will require 150 people and 50 people to guard it. The 5 small airships will require 25 intermediate machinists to fly, and the medium airship will require 8 advanced machinists. Once the personnel has been assigned, the airport can open to the public, Fleisch explained as he guided Xiaofan through the airport. As you are a city protector, we can help recruit these people for you. However, you will have to pay a monthly employment fee of 4,000 gold. Alright. Let's go with that. Xiaofan had, more or less, learned about airport's personnel requirements during his previous life. Finding the required staff to operate the airport was relatively easy, but finding the appropriate machinists wasn't. The machinist subclass was quite special and rare. It required one to have the engineer, forger, and magician subclasses. Ordinary players already had plenty of trouble developing one subclass, let alone 3. Moreover, one needed to know how to merge the 3 subclasses' techniques. It would take far more time to nurture a machinist than other subclasses, as well. With how suddenly he had acquired the airport, he hadn't prepared for this aspect. Naturally, the fact that the system was willing to handle this issue was a welcome reprieve. Following which, Xiaofan paid the 4,000 gold monthly employment fee. I have received the 4,000 gold. All staff members will arrive in 10 minutes. Once they do, we can open the airport to the public when you're ready. If there are no issues, I will take my leave, Fleisch said before turning to exit the airport. Following which, Xiaofan toured the airport to pass the time. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. System, do you wish to open the airport to the public? Chapter 1862, Situation Changes. When the system alerted him of the notification, Xiaofan, who stood on one of the flight platforms, noticed that NPCs had already begun their work in the airport. He then called up the airport system interface and chose to open the airport to the public. Immediately, the pitch-black barrier that enveloped the airport began to disintegrate. As it did, it revealed a colossal building, which was over 100 meters tall and as large as a stadium that could accommodate 50,000 people. 6 airships were suspended on their flight platforms, which were located on the airport's top floor. In the blink of an eye, the airport had become the most iconic building throughout Silverwing Town. Crap! Is that an airship? How is this possible? How does Silverwing Town have airships? I thought only NPCs could have them. What's going on? Zero Wing has constructed an airport in Silverwing Town? The airport's revelation shocked every player in Silverwing Town. It was difficult to ignore since the 6 airships were so eye-catching. The town's players would see these massive vessels by simply lifting their heads, especially the medium airship. It was nearly the same size as a large passenger plane in the real world. It looked like a flying battleship. As everyone discussed the airport, the sound of a system notification reached their ears. Or Empire Region System Announcement, congratulations to Silverwing Town for being the first to construct an airport in the Or Empire. Rewarding Silverwing Town 30,000 popularity and 1 city passage order. The system announcement repeated 3 times, confirming players' suspicions. Are you kidding me? That's really an airport. Zero Wing actually built one. Now that Silverwing Town has an airport, doesn't that mean we won't have to run all the way to visit the town anymore, we just board an airship? That's exactly what it means. What other use would an airport have? I wonder which NPC city this airport is connected to. Silverwing Town's independent players couldn't help but cheer with joy. They might not know an airport's exact purpose, but they knew that it would make travel to Silverwing Town far easier and more convenient. Instead of running from their home countries to the Or Empire, they could simply board an airship to Silverwing Town. They were incredibly excited just thinking about it. Meanwhile, when they heard the system announcement, the players grinding in the Or Empire read it with glowing, excited expressions. They had long since learned to loathe running from place to place, especially when venturing into a dangerous, neutral map like the Or Empire. Now, however, they could just hitch a ride on an airship. This new convenience would allow them to travel between the Or Empire and their home countries frequently, saving on repair fees, particularly because the repair fees in the Or Empire were unusually high. Meanwhile, a large number of Dark players fought Zero Wing's members on a gravel hill not far from Silverwing Town. However, due to the unexpected system announcement, the battling Dark players froze in shock. Big Sis Aqua, our guild leader, is simply too awesome. He actually got his hands on an airport as well. Operating in the Or Empire will be much easier, now. With the airport, players that had avoided the Or Empire due to the troublesome travel can take an airship straight to Silverwing Town. As more players visit, these Dark players will have a harder time near Silverwing Town. Moreover, with so many independent players, it'll be impossible for Blackwater to continue suppressing Silverwing Town, Turtledove exclaimed as she watched the Dark players slide to a halt. Since so many Dark players had gone overboard, even Zero Wing's main force members, such as herself, had been forced to take action. Not only were there so many of these Dark players, but there were also a few extremely powerful experts among them. They moved stealthily, as well, making them incredibly challenging to defeat. This had given their team a huge headache. However, with Silverwing Town's new airport, their problems could be easily solved. It wouldn't be long before the news of the airport reached the neighboring countries. The Dark players' momentum continued to increase because normal players had such difficulty visiting the Ore Empire. In contrast, since the Ore Empire was allied with the Dark forces, Dark players could teleport to the Ore capital city directly. However, now that Silverwing Town had an airport, normal players could travel into the Ore Empire with relative ease. To Dark players, this was definitely not good news. This would turn the tables on them in the Ore Empire. Not only would this allow normal players to earn glory points by killing Dark players in the Ore Empire, but they could also acquire the Dark players' weapons and equipment, killing two birds with one stone. Once the airport gained popularity and independent players flooded into the Empire, Dark players would have an even worse time in the Ore Empire than they did in human kingdoms and empires. Indeed. But we can't let down our guard. Blackwater and Beast Emperor are our main enemies. Based on the latest reports, Blackwater has dispatched its capable vice guild leader, Wuxia, to lead the fight in the Empire. Wuxia's actions thus far have been minor tricks to wear us down. If Wuxia takes this seriously, we'll definitely be in trouble. Aqua Rose nodded in agreement with Turtledove's estimation when she saw the Dark players' panicked expressions, but she also offered her teammates a warning. Neither Blackwater nor Beast Emperor had taken any direct action yet. The two forces had been relying on others to do their dirty work, yet they'd forced Zero Wing into such a precarious position. Big Sis Aqua, the guild leader, has asked us to return. He says that he has something he wants to discuss with us, Flying Shadow said. I understand. Let's retreat, then, Aqua Rose said. With a last glance at the scattering Dark players, she gave up the idea of chasing them down and led her team back to Silverwing Town. Now that the airport had been constructed, the Dark players' days were numbered. Even if Zero Wing didn't try to exterminate these pests, these Dark players wouldn't dare linger near Silverwing Town. Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's residence. Zero Wing's upper echelons, who had been grinding or fighting Dark players near Silverwing Town, promptly gathered in the residence upon receiving Xiaofang's call for a meeting. The spacious meeting room practically vibrated with activity as its occupants chatted about Silverwing Town's new airport. The more they talked about it, the more energetic they became. Their exhaustion after ceaselessly fighting had vanished. Guild leader, aside from Cola and the others that are leveling up on your orders, everyone has arrived, Aqua Rose reported to Xiaofan, who remained silent in his seat. Good. Let's begin the meeting, then. Xiaofan nodded. Following which, Aqua Rose stood from her seat with a light cough. Immediately, the meeting room fell silent as everyone turned toward the guild leader's throne, wondering about the purpose of today's meeting. I'm sure you all know about Silverwing Town's recent development. I believe that all of you have had your hands full with the fight against the Dark players and Blackwater's members. You should have also noticed that we have been forced to shrink our territory around Silverwing Town, Xiaofan said and gestured, calling up the Ore Empire's regional map in the center of the meeting table. However, now that the airport is complete, I've decided to expand Zero Wing's activity in the Ore Empire to increase our members' leveling speed and obtain more resources to strengthen the guild. When they heard Xiaofang's intentions, everyone in the meeting room grew excited. They had waited a long time for this moment. Because of the Dark players and Beast Emperor's evil beasts, they had been forced to reduce their territory and activity, but now that they had solved the problem of the Dark players, this was a good opportunity to expand. Guild leader, how far are we planning on expanding our territory? Aqua Rose asked. We're going to take the Ore Empire's entire southeastern region. Xiaofan announced, gesturing at the southeast section of the map before him. Chapter 1863, Expansion Plan. After Xiaofan was done speaking, the originally lively meeting room promptly fell silent. Everyone inside gaped in shock as they took in Xiaofang's calm expression. It was as if he considered what he had just mentioned something trifling, something that could be accomplished easily. The Orc Empire was an extremely large map. Although it might not be comparable to an actual empire, it was at least 10 times larger than an ordinary neutral map. Even now, the territory they occupied in the Orc Empire covered only the vicinity of the primordial divine ruin in the outer area of the Orc Empire's eastern region. On the other hand, the Empire's entire southeastern region was more than 10 times larger than their current territory. Executing such a large-scale territorial expansion might be possible if their guild did not have any enemies in the Orc Empire, but they were currently at war with Blackwater. This meant that there would be territorial disputes over the scarce high-resource areas. In order to ensure that guild members would be able to develop themselves normally in these areas, they would have to increase the manpower allocation to these areas in order to ensure their advantage. However, their forces were already stretched thin, just defending their current territory. Spreading their forces further would allow Blackwater and Beast Emperor to deal them a severe blow. Nowadays, not only did Blackwater's members in the Orc Empire greatly outnumbered Zero Wings, but due to Blackwater's bounty system, there were also a large number of experts hunting Zero Wings members. Now, the only reason why they could afford an expansion was the solution of the dark player problem. Doing so guaranteed that guild members could grind efficiently and acquire all sorts of resources. However, attempting to expand their territory in the Orc Empire to more than 10 times its current size would simply be counterproductive. After all, Zero Wing did not have the strength or manpower to defend such a large area. Without sufficient manpower for surveillance and patrol squads, the guild's teams would very easily be surrounded and annihilated by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's armies. In God's domain, guild teams caused quite a commotion when grinding or conducting large-scale quests, especially when operating in high-resource areas. Their movements were easily detectable. Hence, whenever guild teams were conducting an operation, they needed people constantly patrolling and monitoring the surroundings to prevent getting ambushed and surrounded by enemies. Moreover, even if they dealt with the manpower problem by moving more members from Star Moon Kingdom to the Orc Empire, the players tasked with surveillance and patrols needed to have sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would end up getting killed by some random party from the enemy. It might be fine if these players were killed once or twice, but if the frequency grew too high, these players would end up crippled. Not to mention, the players tasked with surveillance and patrol had to be capable of executing proper defenses and buying time. After all, compared to a large team of players, a small group of players would have an easier time escaping. Hence, players tasked with surveillance and patrol needed to be able to buy time for the larger team to retreat. Without sufficient strength, players simply wouldn't be up to such a task. Guild leader, although we can acquire more high-resource areas by expanding our territory and increase the guild's development speed, with our current strength, we simply can't afford to defend such a large area. This expansion will just end up backfiring on us and give Blackwater the opportunity to weaken our expert and elite players. Aqua Rose then added, "My suggestion is to occupy 2 or 3 high-resource areas first. If it's just that much, we'll have enough manpower and strength to defend these areas. Once we stabilize our strength, we can then proceed with occupying more high-resource areas." The crowd inside the room expressed their agreement after hearing Aqua Rose's suggestion. While expanding Zero Wing's territory by more than 10 times would indeed increase the guild members' leveling speed significantly and rake in a lot of wealth, that was dependent on them being able to defend their territory. If their members were to get killed repeatedly by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's forces, then the expansion would just do more harm than good to their guild. While it is indeed good to take things step by step, we simply do not have the time for that right now, Xiaofan said, shaking his head. If we go by the current number of members we have in Silverwing Town, your suggestion is indeed excellent. However, I plan to transfer at least 150,000 members from Star Moon Kingdom once we're done with the expansion. If we occupy just 3 high-resource areas, there simply wouldn't be enough resources to go around. 150,000? Aqua Rose could not help but be shocked by Xiaofang's words. Why are we suddenly transferring so many people over? Thus far, Zero Wing had only 120,000 members operating in Silverwing Town. Moreover, this number was a result of Silverwing Town recently becoming an intermediate town. If the number of guild members operating in Silverwing Town more than doubled, the current leveling resources available around Silverwing Town wouldn't be enough to allow them all to develop rapidly. Moreover, due to the appearance of the airport, the leveling resources available within the vicinity of Silverwing Town would soon face further pressure from the influx of independent players. Everyone else in the meeting room also gasped at Xiaofang's statement. They simply could not understand what was going through Xiaofang's mind. Their guild leader's plan was ludicrous. While increasing the number of guild members operating in the Orc Empire would bolster Silverwing Town's strength, at the end of the day, God's Domain was still a virtual reality game. In every virtual reality game, leveling resources were finite. Each leveling area had only so much resources available. Too many players sharing them would impact the leveling speed of these players. Although transferring so many guild members over would increase Zero Wing's momentum in the Orc Empire within a short period, as more time passed, Zero Wing's members would fall behind Blackwater's members in terms of both levels and equipment. This was also the reason why the various superpowers did not concentrate all their members in a single location, despite having a huge advantage in strength and numbers. Even if a superpower were trying to target a power in a particular area, it would only dispatch a small number of expert and elite members. This way, not only would it increase the guild's overall strength in the area, but it also wouldn't affect the other guild members operating in the affected area. In the case of Blackwater, the reason why it could dispatch so many players into the Orc Empire without affecting its guild members' development was the Crimson Flame Fortress and the guild's cooperation with Beast Emperor. With these two factors, Blackwater was free to monopolize all kinds of resources in the Orc Empire. The current super guilds and super first-rate guilds definitely wouldn't be able to match Blackwater's feat. I believe you all know about the secret stone fortress that recently appeared in the Orc Empire, Xiaofan said. It's the only NPC fortress in the Orc Empire operated by the human race. The fortress comes equipped with all kinds of facilities. At the same time, it is extremely close to the Orc Empire's inner area. One could say that it is a rest stop for players trying to move from the Orc Empire's outer area to the inner area. Moreover, it is also close to the inner area's Copper Mountain Fortress, which is extremely rich in resources. If we utilize the Secret Stone Fortress's teleportation ability, we could teleport to the vicinity of the Copper Mountain Fortress. Due to this reason, many guilds have set their sights on the Secret Stone Fortress already. They are thinking of ways to raise their status in the fortress so that they can garrison it and use it as a foundation to capture the Copper Mountain Fortress. After hearing Xiaofang's sudden non sequitur, Aqua Rose gave a detailed introduction of the Secret Stone Fortress. At this point in time, the Secret Stone Fortress was already a competition ground for the various large guilds. Particularly, after witnessing the Crimson Flame Fortress's daily income, the various superpowers were extremely eager to control a fortress of their own. That's right. Originally, I wanted to keep this matter a secret. However, there is no longer a need to do so, Xiaofan said, nodding. He then swept a glance at everyone present and added, through completing a quest, I have already acquired the rights to garrison the Secret Stone Fortress. I believe you all should understand what this entails. Chapter 1864, Crazy Operation. The garrison rights to the Secret Stone Fortress? What? With the rights to garrison the Secret Stone Fortress, doesn't that mean our guild is now the fortress's manager? Upon hearing Xiaofang's words, everyone immediately revealed surprised and excited expressions. The various large guilds were currently contesting crazily over the Secret Stone Fortress. They were all looking for ways to become the fortress's manager, so that they could use it as a springboard to acquire the nearby resources, particularly those around the Copper Mountain Fortress. A fortress allowed players to gain control of an area much more easily than a town. This was because the fortresses in the Ore Empire allowed players to teleport to anywhere within their vicinity. In other words, a fortress's entire teleportation range was its defended territory, and guilds could send large numbers of reinforcements at any time. With this, enemy players would have difficulty mounting ambushes or encirclements. In addition, the secret stone fortress was partly managed by human NPCs, which made it the safest location in the entire Ore Empire. It was not a fortress that current players could threaten. Hence, becoming the manager of the secret stone fortress was equivalent to taking control of an impregnable fortress. Due to this reason, the various large guilds were doing everything they could to become the fortress's manager. Yet, now, Xiaofan suddenly informed them that he had already acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. How could this revelation not surprise them? I understand. I'll head back to White River City immediately and start gathering the required manpower. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed brightly when she heard Xiaofan's words. At this moment, she finally understood why Xiaofan wanted to transfer an additional 150,000 guild members over to the Ore Empire. The acquisition of the secret stone fortress meant that Zero Wings territory had grown to include all areas within the secret stone fortress's teleportation range. The current number of guild members they had in the Ore Empire was naturally insufficient to fully take advantage of all that territory. Moreover, with the increase of so many guild members in the Ore Empire, Zero Wings' strength in the Empire would also skyrocket. Hold on for a second. Wait till you're done listening to my plan, Xiaofan said. He could not help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's eagerness to occupy the secret stone fortress now. Having a large number of guild members garrison the secret stone fortress is only the first step. Our true goal is the Dark Witch's Tower, in the southeastern region of the Ore Empire. The Dark Witch's Tower was originally an abandoned tower. However, after the Dark Forces and the Ore Empire became allies, it became a temporary teleportation point for the Dark Forces. Due to the existence of this tower, Dark players have easy access to the Empire's southeastern region from the Ore capital city. Destroying this temporary teleportation point would not only hinder Dark players' operations in the Empire's southeastern region but also prevent them from cooperating with the Blackwater Guild in targeting us. Although everyone in the room agreed with Xiaofang's sentiments, they still had to shake their heads in disapproval after giving the matter some thought. Guild leader, although the Dark Witch's Tower's defenses aren't comparable to a fortress's, it is still guarded by Dark NPCs. A large number of Dark players normally gather there as well. The various superpowers have also thought about destroying this gathering point before, but Beast Emperor simply isn't giving them any chances. He has dispatched a large number of evil beasts and evil demons to guard the place long term. Even if we double the forces we currently have in the Ore Empire, the likelihood of us succeeding in destroying that gathering point is very low. That's right. Moreover, if we execute such a large-scale operation, there's no way that Blackwater won't find out about it. At that time, Blackwater will no doubt dispatch its own army to launch a pincer attack on us. At this point in time, the Dark Witch's Tower had become a target of hatred of normal players operating in the Ore Empire's southeastern region. Many wished they could burn it to the ground. Unfortunately, their hatred was useless. Not only did Dark NPCs guard the Dark Witch's Tower, but there was also the presence of Beast Emperor's minions. Current players couldn't do anything about the place. If not for these reasons, the various superpowers would have long since eliminated the tower from God's domain and curbed the activity of Dark players in the Ore Empire. Relax. I've already thought about this point. When the time comes, Aqua, you'll lead an army of 100,000 players and 200 miniature ballistas to assault Beast Emperor's ancient rock city. If we do that, Beast Emperor will definitely gather his minions to defend the fortress, drawing down his forces at the Dark Witch's Tower. Not to mention, those dark players will no doubt come seeking to take advantage of the siege battle, which will further reduce the number of players defending the tower. When the time comes, I'll personally lead a 1,000-man team and thoroughly destroy the Dark Witch's tower. Xiaofan said. Destroy the Dark Witch's tower with just 1,000 players? Guild leader, isn't this too dangerous? After all is said and done, that place is a gathering point for the dark forces. No matter how deserted it becomes, there should still be around 2,000 or 3,000 players inside the town. Not to mention, there are also several hundred dark NPCs there. Everyone in the room chimed in worriedly. A team of 1,000 is just right. Any more and our movements will be discovered very easily. Plus, even if our team of 1,000 is discovered, our enemies will just treat us as a team that's going out to grind or do a quest. They will never think that we are actually going to destroy the Dark Witch's tower, Xiaofan said, shaking his head. For the operation this time, the key point will be whether the main army will be able to lure away the evil beasts and evil demons. The more monsters lured away, the higher my side's chances of success. Guild leader, leave it to me. I'll definitely make our movements known. I'll let Beast Emperor and Blackwater think that we're going for a final stand. At that time, they'll surely spare no effort in trying to deal us a heavy blow, Aqua Rose said. Only, are you really fine with just 1,000 players? 1,000 is more than enough, Xiaofan replied, chuckling. If nobody has any problems, we'll start the operation right away. With this battle, Zero Wing will claim the entire southeastern section of the Ore Empire in one fell swoop. The 1,000-man team he planned on bringing with him to the Dark Witch's tower wasn't actually meant for battle. The team would be there only to serve as support and scouts. The main actors in this operation would be the 6 Hell tanks he produced. Although 6 Hell tanks were still far from enough to siege a city, destroying a small gathering point for dark players would not be a problem for them. Moreover, he also wished to take a good look at the power of the Hell tanks. Understood. Everyone felt their blood boil with excitement at Xiaofan's words. Although they weren't sure whether Xiaofan was actually capable of destroying the Dark Witch's tower, they had been waiting a long time for such a large-scale war. The fights they fought before had been scuffles at best. They had also been suppressed by the Dark players and Blackwater's members all this time and had long since gotten fed up. Now that they had an opportunity to fight on a real battlefield, they more than welcomed it. Immediately, everyone took action according to Xiaofang's arrangements. As for Melancholic Smile, she hurried back to Star Moon Kingdom and started gathering the guild's elite and normal members, readying them to head toward the secret stone fortress. For a time, the entire Zero Wing Guild was a beehive of activity. This situation befuddled the spies the various large guilds planted in Zero Wing. They all wondered what Zero Wing was trying to do this time. After getting a thorough understanding of the situation, they all involuntarily fell into a daze. What's going on? Zero Wing is actually planning on making a last stand against Beast Emperor and attack Ancient Rock City? Is Zero Wing insane? It has just obtained an airport, and it is already trying to pick a fight with Beast Emperor? News of this situation quickly spread into the ears of the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom and sent the kingdom's players into an uproar. As for Xiaofan, he had arrived at the secret stone fortress by himself. Currently, although the secret stone fortress had yet to be fully open to the public, players belonging to the various major powers had already gathered here. These players easily numbered more than 100,000. Including the independent players that had come here to rest, the fortress's total player population already exceeded 500,000. After taking a look at the general situation inside the fortress, Xiaofan made his way to the fortress's administration building. Lord Claude, I have already collected the 60,000 gold according to our agreement. Once Xiaofan met up with Claude, he handed over 60,000 gold to the NPC. Excellent. This is indeed 60,000 gold. With this, we'll finally have enough funds to reconstruct the secret stone fortress, Claude said, smiling as he looked at the bag of coins in his hand. He then took out a golden token and said, "Here is the secret stone fortress's token. From now onward, you are the secret stone fortress's advanced manager. I hope you can contribute more towards the fortress's development in the future." Chapter 1865, Garrisoning the Fortress. After Xiaofan received the golden token, he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. During this period, due to the decrease in Silverwing Town's population, the town's income had declined considerably. Fortunately, thanks to the rare materials acquired from the Ice Crystal world and the continuous growth of Zero Wing City's popularity, he had just barely managed to earn the 60,000 gold required. Now that he had become the secret stone fortress's advanced manager, he could officially allow Zero Wing to garrison the fortress. Although doing so would incite the jealousy of the various superpowers, so long as the next step of his plan succeeded and Zero Wing displayed sufficient strength in the Orc Empire, these superpowers would think twice about attacking Zero Wing. Following which, Xiaofan made his way to the administration building's office hall. Currently, over 1,000 players were seated inside the office hall, every one of whom was level 55 or above. They were also fully equipped in level 50 secret silver equipment, with some powerful ones even sporting several pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. Aside from being high-leveled and well-equipped, these players also shared another similarity: they were all guild players. Currently, these guild players were grouped in parties as they waited for their turn to meet with the NPCs at the front desks. The queue is moving so slowly. Hopefully, the leader will pick up a good quest. The previous quest we got was simply fraudulent. It actually required us to collect 500 orc weapons yet gave only 3 guild contribution points in return. There weren't even any additional rewards. You guys got it a lot better. Our quest was the real fraudulent one. We were actually required to steal 3 medium rapid-fire ballistas from an orc fortress. The designated orc fortress was chock-a-block with orcs at the chieftain rank and above. Even level 60 plus Great Lord ranked orcs were present in large numbers. Our party got wiped out twice doing this quest. If not for our party's healer having the intermediate resurrection skill, which reduced the death penalty we suffered, every member in our party would have lost 2 levels already. The various guild parties in the hall were all grumbling about the contribution quests given out by the secret stone fortress. Not only was the difficulty of these quests extremely high, but the rewards given were not particularly good either. However, they also couldn't refuse to do the quests. Otherwise, their guilds wouldn't be able to gain the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. Just as the various parties were conversing with each other, Xiaofan, who was wearing a black cloak, arrived at the exchange counter a short distance away from the quest counters. His presence soon attracted the attention of the players inside the hall. Crap, who is that person? Is he actually using his contribution points to exchange for items? Impossible. Just activating the exchange counter function requires an individual to have 200 CPs and be an honorary warrior of the secret stone fortress. After my party did a high-ranking quest, each member only got between 5 to 10 CPs, and that quest took my party over 5 hours to complete. Even if that guy doesn't sleep and does quests one after another, there's no way he would have 200 CPs right now. He should be asking about the available items for exchange. Currently, the secret stone fortress had been opened for only 4 days. Gaining access to the fortress's exchange function was simply impossible at the moment. Meanwhile, just as everyone was having such thoughts, the NPC Beauty, who wore an indifferent and aloof expression on her face, suddenly smiled and bowed respectfully after seeing Xiaofan. "Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC Beauty asked respectfully. "I wish to accomplish the guild garrisoning procedures," Xiaofan replied, nodding. Upon hearing Xiaofang's request, the NPC beauty immediately took out a form and explained, "All right. Please fill up this form. Afterward, you will have to pay a 500 gold security deposit. Once that is done, your guild will be officially recognized by the secret stone fortress." "Here is 500 gold, Xiaofan said, handing over the money, before he started filling up the form before him. Meanwhile, the NPC beauty's actions immediately had the guild players inside the hall gaping in shock. Who is he? Why is the NPC being so respectful toward him? That guy is carrying out the guild garrisoning procedures? How is that possible? Didn't they say that the exchange function is only available after an individual has accumulated 200 CPs? How can he complete the guild garrisoning procedures already?" For a time, the members of the various large guilds failed to react to what was going on. When Xiaofan was done filling up the form and the NPC beauty confirmed that Zero Wing had become a guild recognized by the secret stone fortress, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered everyone's ears. Orc Empire Region System Announcement: Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to garrison the secret stone fortress. Rewarding 500 secret stone fortress guild contribution points and the rights to rent a large residence in the secret stone fortress. The system announcement repeated 3 times. Only after the system's voice faded away did the various guild players inside the office hall snap out of their daze. Zero Wing? Damn it! How did Zero Wing acquire the garrison rights so quickly? There must be a secret to this. We need to report to our superiors immediately. At this moment, the eyes of the various guild players present had already turned bloodshot. The large guilds had long since made the secret stone fortress a priority. In order to secure the garrison rights to the fortress, their guilds had invested a ridiculous amount of manpower. However, even now, their guilds still had little to show for their efforts. Nevertheless, Zero Wing acquired not only the garrison rights but even a large residence. This benefit would provide significant help to a guild in competing for the Orc Empire's resources. Very quickly, news of this matter entered the ears of the various superpowers' upper echelons. Isn't Zero Wing just an up-and-coming guild? Now, it has not only an airport but also the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. Not bad. If our guild can obtain these things, we'll be able to monopolize at least half of the Orc Empire's bountiful resources. Have someone contact Zero Wing and tell them that King's Return is willing to invest in Zero Wing and let it become a subordinate guild of King's Return. Good. Very good. Zero Wing's development speed is truly surprising. It's no wonder Blackwater is constantly trying to devour it and has gone as far as to send that woman over. Immediately have someone contact Zero Wing and tell it that the Crimson Emperor is willing to deal with Blackwater together with it and help it protect the resources it has. In return, however, Zero Wing has to become Crimson Emperor's subordinate guild. Upon receiving this piece of news, the various superpowers all started taking action. Previously, they could ignore the existence of Zero Wing, as the guild still couldn't threaten their interests. However, the secret stone fortress was a strategic location that involved a significant portion of the resources available in the entire Orc Empire. This was not a realm that Zero Wing should be allowed to touch. Shortly after the system announcement, Aqua Rose, who was currently in Star Moon Kingdom arranging for the transfer of members to the Orc Empire, received invitations for a meeting from various superpowers, as many as 7 at this point, which made her scalp tingle. Just dealing with Blackwater, a large guild with a powerful background, was already enough to put Zero Wing in a precarious situation. If Zero Wing were to provoke all these superpowers now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finding herself at a loss as to what to do, Aqua Rose immediately contacted Xiaofan and asked, "Guild leader, more and more superpowers have sent representatives to meet with me. Do I accept their invitations?" Even if the representatives of the various superpowers did not state their intentions, she could already guess the purpose of these meetings. Back when Zero Wing was still operating solely in Star Moon Kingdom, it could afford to provoke these superpowers, as it had the home ground advantage. At worst, the superpowers would only feel slighted by Zero Wing's rejection. They wouldn't take any real action against Zero Wing. After all, they had more important matters to deal with. They simply didn't have enough time and manpower to do something unprofitable. However, the situation was different now. The Orc Empire was the competition ground for the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the matter regarding the secret stone fortress involved the future of the entire Orc Empire. Hence, these superpowers would not take Zero Wing's refusal lightly. If the various superpowers got serious, they were very likely to destroy Zero Wing. After all, if they could not acquire the secret stone fortress, then they wouldn't allow others to acquire it either, much less leave Zero Wing to monopolize it. Chapter 1866, Stepping Stone. They sure moved fast, Xiaofan said, chuckling when he saw the anguished expression on Aqua Rose's face. He had long since anticipated that the various superpowers would make such a move. Previously, Zero Wing had already incurred the envy of the various superpowers over Silverwing Town. However, as Silverwing Town couldn't affect the overall situation at the Orc Empire and Zero Wing's territory there was still relatively small, the various superpowers weren't that concerned about Zero Wing. The secret stone fortress, though, was different. Every location within the teleportation range of the secret stone fortress could be considered the fortress's territory. Not to mention, the secret stone fortress was the safest fortress for human players in the entire Orc Empire. The fortress was also relatively close to the Copper Mountain Fortress, presenting a stepping stone for the capture of the Copper Mountain Fortress. One fortress already provided an extensive territory. One could easily imagine what kind of temptations two fortresses held. In particular, seeing Blackwater occupy the Crimson Flame Fortress made the various superpowers even more anxious to obtain a fortress of their own. Now that Zero Wing had acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress, it would be strange for the various superpowers not to take action. Guild leader, you still have the leisure to laugh? Aqua Rose exclaimed, thunderstruck. If we meet them now and refuse to cooperate with them, it would be tantamount to declaring ourselves their enemy. So, it's best not to meet them for now, Xiaofan said. But if we don't meet with them, I'm afraid the end result would still be the same. Aqua Rose felt that Xiaofan's proposal wasn't a good idea either. In fact, maintaining their silence would most likely annoy the various superpowers even more. That's why I said that we won't be meeting them for now, Xiaofan pointed out, chuckling. How are things coming along on your side? I'm almost ready. I'll be able to have our members transfer over in half an hour or so, Aqua Rose said. Another half hour? After giving the matter some thought, Xiaofan said, that's too long. For now, you should return to Silverwing Town and leave the transfer for Snow to handle. Once you're back, immediately gather an army and head for Ancient Rock City. So soon? Aqua Rose asked in surprise. With the superpowers already getting antsy, we naturally need to hasten our movements, Xiaofan explained. Moreover, if we drag things on for too long, Blackwater and Beast Emperor might alter their plans to deal with us. If that happens, our assault might not go so smoothly. I understand. I'll gather the army right away, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She promptly dropped her current task and proceeded according to Xiaofang's demands. As for Xiaofan himself, he returned to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. The Hell tanks were too large, and transporting them would not be an easy task. Moreover, Xiaofan didn't want too many people to know what he was up to. Hence, he decided to transfer the tanks one by one, all by himself. Fortunately, it would take Aqua Rose quite some time to gather an army of 100,000 players at such short notice. After Aqua Rose returned to Silverwing Town, the first thing she did was release a guild announcement stating that she was seeking to gather 100,000 members over at Silverwing Town to execute a siege against ancient Rock City. Meanwhile, participating members had to be an elite member or above and at least level 50. Shortly after the announcement went public, it sent a commotion throughout Zero Wing. What's going on? Are we going to make a final stand against Beast Emperor? That's ancient Rock City we're talking about. I recall there being over 1 million evil beasts inside the city. There are even tier 4 NPCs and a large number of mythic evil demons and evil beasts. We won't even be enough to serve as appetizers if we try to attack all those monsters. Didn't you read the announcement properly? We won't be just 100,000 players. We're also bringing 200 miniature ballistas. Those are war weapons. Even those evil beasts and evil demons won't survive against them for very long. Moreover, since the guild has decided to attack ancient Rock City, it definitely has other trump cards in store. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. During the last major war, I was only a normal member of the guild. Now, I'm finally qualified to participate in a war. Zero Wing's members had an intense debate over this sudden decision to attack ancient Rock City. This was especially true for the guild members that frequently operated within the Ore Empire. Thus far, they have been constantly suppressed by Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons. Now that a good opportunity to vent their pent-up frustration was before them, they were naturally eager to jump at the chance. Meanwhile, word of Zero Wing's large-scale operation naturally entered the ears of the various major powers almost as soon as it was announced. Interesting. Zero Wing has just acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress, and it is already planning to assault Beast Emperor's ancient Rock City? How rich! Zero Wing is actually mobilizing 200 miniature ballistas in addition to an army of 100,000 elites. Is Zero Wing trying to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate its strength and solidify its position in the Ore Empire? Does Zero Wing want to prove itself to be qualified for the secret stone fortress's garrison rights? The various major powers easily discern Zero Wing's motives for besieging ancient Rock City this time, especially the superpowers who were trying to recruit Zero Wing. Guild leader, Zero Wing is showing our king's return no respect. Should we take action immediately? Hellfiend asked, a sneer on his face as he looked at the white-clad, middle-aged man on the screen before him. He never held any goodwill for Zero Wing. If not for his guild leader ordering him to come to negotiate personally with Zero Wing, he would have liked nothing better than to annihilate the upstart guild. Let's wait for a bit. I'm interested to see just how much strength Zero Wing has to actually think that it can defend the secret stone fortress, the middle-aged man replied, smiling as he took a look at the report he just received. Understood. At his guild leader's words, Hellfiend had no choice but to suppress the rage in his heart and wait quietly in White River City. I'll let you remain arrogant for now, Zero Wing. Once you lose to Beast Emperor Many superpowers desired the ancient Rock City that Beast Emperor occupied. However, even until now, not a single superpower had managed to do anything to the city. Needless to say, the likelihood of Zero Wing successfully capturing ancient Rock City was even lower. Like King's return, the other superpowers also chose to wait and see in regard to Zero Wing's sudden movement this time. They intended to look at the outcome of this impending battle before deciding. A defeat in this battle would force Zero Wing to acknowledge its inadequacy. If that happened, negotiations would go much more smoothly afterward. Zero Wing really is overestimating itself. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was currently in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he received news about Zero Wing's intentions. Originally, I was planning on advising the Great Pavilion Master to hinder Phoenix Rain from providing aid to Zero Wing. Now, it would seem that I won't need to waste the effort. However, I also have to admit that Black Flame is very smart. Had he asked Phoenix Rain to help him and the Great Pavilion Master actually agreed to it, I would have had an excuse to send people over to manage both the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Martial Dragon asked. The struggle for the position of Great Pavilion Master has already entered a crucial period. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Bring a legion of experts over to Ancient Rock City right away. Once Zero Wings members start escaping, cooperate with Beast Emperor to slaughter Zero Wings members. It's fine even if you can't wipe them out completely. Just make sure to deal enough damage so that Zero Wings development stagnates, to prevent Zero Wing from helping Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor said. Once I'm done dealing with Phoenix Rain, it'll be Zero Wing's turn to die. In response, Martial Dragon nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's branch temple in Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. You want to use me as a stepping stone to raise your position in the Ore Empire? Beast Emperor flared up in rage after finding out about Zero Wing's actions. Since you are so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Immediately notify all apostles and have them transfer their evil beasts and evil demons over. If Zero Wings members dare come to Ancient Rock City, I'll make sure none of them leave this place alive. At this moment, even a fool could tell what Zero Wings' goal was. Just as Beast Emperor and his allies were making their move, Aqua Rose finally finished organizing an army of 100,000 players. Guild leader, just like you guessed, Beast Emperor has already recalled the evil beasts and evil demons to Ancient Rock City. By the looks of it, he plans on smiting us, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Good. Let's begin our operation. Xiaofan commanded, nodding. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.